securing habitat for wildlife species outside of natural protected areas. As wildlife ranchers, we take marginal agricultural land and convert it into habitat for biodiversity conservation. The success that we've achieved is as follows. I'll run through them briefly. There's now 97% of all oribi on private land. 87% of all black wildebeest on privately owned farmland. 95% of all roan antelope, privately owned farmland. Bontebok, 88%. Sable, 97%. Blesbok, 90%. And most importantly, 65% of the world's rhino is currently in private ownership in South Africa on privately owned game farms. That's the massive conservation role we play. There are a lot of other species that I haven't mentioned here, but it's essential that we take cognizance of this when we talk about rewilding. Wildlife ranching in South Africa represents 1,200 members, but it's not just members. Every single one of our members is a business enterprise that forms a vital cog of the biodiversity economy, and it's essential that we represent them going forward. But what is the wildlife economy? The department recently brought out this cartoon, and I'd like to run through it with you very briefly. This presentation will be made available to all, but it highlights what our entire economy is about. Our economy that's taken place has taken place behind fences. It is the fences that we have that gives our wildlife its value. If you have a look at this slide briefly, we have three avenues. We have the breeding and selling of animals, wildlife activities, and wildlife products. Ecotourism falls under wildlife activity, but it's without the game ranches and without the protection that we provide that ecotourism would not be able to take place. So all of those are essential key cognizance in our industry. So what is the vision for the wildlife economy? It's a thriving, inclusive, and sustainable wildlife economy for the well-being of all South Africans. How does it look? At the moment, 18.7 million hectares of South Africa's total surface area is under wildlife ranching. That's a huge, huge cog in our GDP. If we have a look here, these slides explain the cartoon a little bit better. You've got your primary activities, breeding and live sales, with your secondary activities, live captures, translocation, veterinary services, fencing and maintenance. Primary activities under wildlife activities is wildlife viewing, trophy hunting, biltong hunting. Primary activities under wildlife products, game meat processing, skin and hide production. There's a lot of wealth that can be generated from the sustainable use of wildlife, and it's essential that we look into that. If we just have a look here, with the different value chains that you have, it is estimated that 60 to 70% of the value of hunting sector comes from auxiliary goods and services. All these auxiliary goods and services take place in the rural community. So when we're talking about job creation, it's essential. This figure of 10.1 billion I actually think is conservative. Other people estimate it to be closer to 28 billion as a contribution if you add on all the value-added services. Then we have the products that we can produce. You know about curios, skins, ottomans, etc. The list is endless. So to explain to you quickly what makes our industry unique, we've got three market segments: the hospitality and tourism segment, the venison, game meat, and game ranching. And it's where these segments overlap that we have unique opportunities for developing the value chain. Firstly, you've got your venison and local for international export. Then you've got your venison cuisine and your hospitality. People want to taste African meat. When we talk about venison, I actually use the wrong word. Venison refers to one deer species. We've got multiple antelope species, so we actually refer to game meat as a variety that people can taste and appreciate. You've got your tourism, you've got your safari and game viewing, you've got your game breeding at the bottom, and you've got your biltong or local hunting. And in the center is your trophy and corporate hunting. That's your most vital key component. If we have a look at this, at the huge impact that COVID's had on our industry, who are the first tourists that are returning back to South Africa? Is your adventurous trophy hunters. Why? Because they don't come in massive groups of mass tourism. They come in isolated groups to people that they look after and that guide them, their professional hunting outfitters and guides. So there, that entire industry is in a nutshell. We refer to the industry as 4 pillars, normally breeding, hunting, tourism, and game products. But COVID's shown us a 5th pillar that we've often ignored, and that's mixed agriculture. The importance of mixed agriculture with lucerne production, pecanuts, etc., selling feed processing plants. If it wasn't for those things with the COVID lockdown, our business would have taken a severe knock. So when we talk about the pillars, there's an Afrikaans word, volhoubaarheid. Take away 1 or 2 of these pillars, and the volhoubaarheid of our industry is severely challenged. So I'd like you to remember one thing, one important key message here today. When we say we farm with wildlife, we don't actually farm with wildlife. What do we farm with? Have you all heard of Mick Jagger? Mick Jagger's got swagger. I want you to remember this word. We farm with swag. Swag is soil, water, air, and grass. And it's the species or the animal or the product that can give me the highest value that will eat that grass and that will utilize that grass and that water, soil, water, and air. Here you can see our property there in the Waterberg. Cattle on the farm. What have we gone and done? We've replaced it with wildlife. It's the same land, but we've brought wildlife that has been absent for the last 100 years back to a property in the Waterberg. But the key message remains. If we want wildlife, the wildlife economy to remain, it needs to outperform any other land use. That's the most essential key message. Wildlife and communities cannot be a charity for NGOs, Western NGOs. Wildlife and communities must be thriving business models that benefit the community. Otherwise, we'll never be able to convert from the cow and the plow to wildlife. So who am I? I'm a product of this industry. I was born into this industry. I'm fortunate to say that I've grown up in this industry. That's how we started off, in a little caravan. You can see there's a picture of me as a young boy. Obviously, a lot's gone wrong since then. But this is now my family. I'm blessed. And the family behind me is our rhino that we conserve and protect. But what's the future for our rhino? And if I may indulge you for a few seconds, I'd like to run through with you what's happening with rhino in South Africa. For me, failure is not an option, only success. So it's a privilege to be here today and to especially look at investment and partnership. I'd like the following picture to sink in. This is a rhino bull on our farm. All the staff on the farm own 50% of the land, and they own 25% of the animals on the farm, including all the rhino and the rhino horn stockpiles that we produce. But this young bull has a sad story. His name's Bertie. That's Bertie there in 2012, when his mother was poached. The irony is, you know who poached his mother? One of our staff members who owns 25% of the rhino. We asked him, why did you poach the rhino? What was the motivation there for? And his words were simple. He said, you lied to me. You told me I own this animal. You told me I'll share in the benefits of this animal. You dehorn these animals and the horns go where? They sit in vaults. When do I ever see any financial income from this animal? When am I and my family going to benefit from this animal? And that's a key message we need to understand, that people need to benefit from wildlife if we aim to convert them into protectors of conservation and wildlife. The current crisis happening in Kruger, where they've lost 67%, it's phenomenal. I can't even imagine it. So I'd like to show you the following slide. That's Kruger National Park, just shy of 2 million hectares. Have a look here. Every single dot represents one rhino carcass. That's what's happening in our national park. How are we going to change this trend? How are we going to reverse this trend of poaching taking place and convert people into protectors of rhino? So let's quickly discuss rhino horn. and don't hear it from me, hear it from our Scientific Authority of South Africa. Using different scenarios of horn production, they showed that the mass of horn could be obtained varied from 5.3 tons to 13.3 tons per year. The mass of the horn currently lost per poacher is approximately 5.7 tons. The worst year was 2016 of 5.9 tons. In other words, without a single rhino having to lose its life on the worst possible model of horn production from the private sector alone, we could supply this market. And there was no need for Bertie to be that little calf that lost his mother. So what is conservation? When we talk about conserving water, does it imply we may not use it? No, it means we mustn't waste it. Wildlife conservation is no different. This, ladies and gentlemen, is wildlife preservation. If you're going to alienate communities from utilizing wildlife, they'll never protect it and look after it and nurture it. So trade bans. Why have we had this massive spike in rhino poaching? It's because of the moratorium in 2009. Trade bans don't save species. And I'll argue this any day of the week. Burning ivory, burning rhino horn is not conservation. That's the waste of a natural resource. We've all been here. We all understand this picture. COVID's had a massive impact on us. In the past, if you ask someone how they're doing, they'd say, "Are we okay?" If you ask someone that same question today, they'll tell you openly, "No, we're in trouble." So where are we in trouble? According to Bloomberg, 24 August, we're now sitting with 44.4% unemployment. Take that unemployment and you consider that Kruger National Park has 22,000 people working in and around Kruger with a wage bill of 3.4 billion per year and 3.4 million people living on its boundaries. Are we shocked to see this rhino statistics for a species that people cannot benefit in, that are in exactly the same boat as PT was? We need to change this model going forward. We know what the impact of the airlines closing down on us with COVID's been. There you can see it as, according to Stats SA, the impact of tourism. Nelson Mandela once said, "Do not judge me by my success. Judge me by how many times I fell down and got back up again." I want to encourage you all here today. Yes, we've got challenges, but it's time to get back up again and make a difference. So how are we trying to make a difference? In the last month, I've had the privilege of seeing 3 different farms throughout the country where we're trying to do meaningful transformation. This is in the Eastern Cape at Mkabati Nature Reserve. 2 weeks ago, we were up near Letsitele, Gravelot area, where we're trying to help with the formulation of 100,000 hectares adjoining Kruger. The week before, we were in the Naboom area, and we're helping establish a game farmer who's got 800 hectares that would like to convert from cattle to game ranching. So we're there for both big and small. But the most important message that we need to understand about transforming this industry, 20 years experience takes 20 years. There's no shortcut. So if we want to grow this economy, how can we as wildlife ranching help? We've got 1,200 small businesses that are successful game ranchers. Ladies and gentlemen, those businesses, those people are available to you and to communities to help in mentoring. Our office is available to you and to your communities to help in mentoring, to build a successful wildlife industry. One of the other challenges we face is obviously the permitting systems. Let's talk about the leopard quota. Last year, in October 16, Ledet issued the 9 permits for leopards in the Limpopo. Applications had to be in and approved by the 31st of October, and you had to hunt those 9 leopard in the next 2 months, November and December. Is that sustainable? We wrote a letter of objection on the 22nd of October. The minister only responded 16 March this year. So to equate it quickly, South Africa has 150 CITES leopard permits per year. 150. I know of 2 game farms here in the Sopansberg that have killed over 25 leopards in the last year. So if we just said for Limpopo, if we could hunt 30 leopards a year for the last 5 years that hunting's been banned, At 45,000 US dollars a leopard, that's 100 million we've wiped from our economy, from our rural Limpopo economy. That has a huge impact. So we need to take permitting seriously, and I'd like to applaud all those in positions that you are in. Help us. Make it an enabling environment that we can transform and make a positive impact. TOPS permits in Limpopo is also a huge issue. Game ranches, the animals on my farm belong to me. Should I die, I have to pay death duties to SARS. But I need to go to a departmental office to ask permission for the animal that I've looked after, that I've raised, that I provide care for, to get a permit to utilize. We need to streamline this process going forward and work closely together. So where's our vision and objectives? How are we going to grow this wildlife economy? How are we going to grow the game meat industry? When we talk about statistics, how many buffalo are there in the country? Does anyone know? How many rhino? How many impala? We don't. So our vision as wildlife ranching South Africa is to create a data system that can help with the information, that can generate the information, that when we need to make meaningful strategic decisions in terms of industry development with abattoirs, etc., we know what the data is and we know what our future is. One of the other challenges we face in the tourism industry is Airbnb and Lekgotla. I presume you guys all know of them. They will not allow a single hunting operator to market on those platforms. Not one. Why? Because Lekgotla, which claims to be Afrikaans, is actually a London-based company called Travel Ground. They're opposed to hunting because they don't understand. I said it to Stephen Grootes on a radio interview a few weeks ago. The problem with you, sir, is you are divorced from reality. You do not know what's happening on the ground. So we as Wildlife Ranching went and created Wild In, a free initiative for our members to utilize and promote. Something else that's positive within our industry is the industry itself is the most unified it's been in a long time, with the formation of the Sustainable Use Coalition in South Africa. Instead of Wildlife Ranching now talking about 1,200 members, we're now representing 70-odd thousand members in the coalition of SUCO. SUCO is the same as SEI in America or FACE in Europe. What else is happening that's positive? The Eastern Cape Sustainable Use Land Management Survey that was done by SANBI. According to the Eastern Cape Department of Environmental Affairs, they've got 556 game farms in the Eastern Cape, totaling 736,000 hectares. These students went to 123 farms in the Eastern Cape and found 856,000 hectares. They found more hectares under wildlife conservation and private ownership than the department has with a quarter of the amount of people interviewed. The positive thing is, where they coming next? They coming to Limpopo. We've already done the first survey about a month ago. They're busy garnishing their funds now to come to Limpopo properly. But what's positive about these surveys is it's showing that the wildlife economy employs double the amount of people per hectare compared to any other conventional livestock agricultural activity. So in a nutshell, that's our presentation. Please, you're welcome to contact us and speak to us. I will be here all day, and we'll welcome any contributions from our side. Thank you very much for your time.
If you have not become converted having listened to Richard York's presentation, then I do not know what else would you need to be converted. Thank you very much, Richard, for the insightful presentation that you have given to us all. I don't know, I'm not going to repeat the things he said. I couldn't have said them any better. But I want to refer to very specific things, perhaps for discussion later on. That says when we have this kind of endowment that we have in the country, not only recognized in the country, but recognized elsewhere as well by other countries, how do we leverage this asset that we have? How do we extract maximum value out of this natural asset that we have. And how do we connect that with the tourism aspect in such a way that it serves its purpose as a natural resource, but it also gives us the competitive edge from a tourism point of view, but it also gives us the economic and commercial value that the wildlife industry can present to the economy of the country. I am told that there are a number of other people who are online. I have not had an opportunity to establish whether that is so or not. And I see there's a big thumbs up that says yes, it is. So Lizanne is ready. On that note then, therefore, without consuming much more of your time, I'm going to ask Lizanne Nell from SA Hunt, another old hand in this industry, to present to you. After Lizanne, then we can take questions to both presenters and have a discussion. Is she ready to go? Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks, Mike, and the organizers for inviting myself to represent SA Hunters in this morning's discussion. It's really a privilege to be here. If I can just find out whether the slideshow is up. I can't see whether everybody can see it. Is it up? Can I just get an indication if everybody can see the screen?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much. So good morning, my name is Lizanne Nell. I'm the Conservation Manager of SA Hunters and Game Conservation Association, and it's really a privilege for me to be part of this discussion. I feel I'm back home. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it to Limpopo itself, where it was my home for more than 20 years. And many of the people around this discussion is part of my old colleagues, so it's really a privilege for me to be part of this discussion. I just want to start quickly by highlighting who SA Hunters is. We are a hunting organization that have members that are sport shooters, firearm owners, that are conservationists, but the majority of our members are hunters. Some of them are subsistence hunters or people that hunt for free-range protein as a meat source, but we also have professional hunters as members. We're about 44,000 members. We distributed through about 82 branches throughout the country. I think we're the oldest hunting organization maybe in Africa, but in South Africa, established in 1949. And we're an association for all shapes, ages, and sizes. We do not even ask people what their race is when they apply for membership, because for us, it's about responsible hunting, and if you subscribe to that, you can become a member. We've got 2 magazines, the SA Hunter and Man Magnum, and then we're also co-owner of Huntex, which is the biggest hunting expo in Africa, that on an annual basis have more than 33,000 visitors to the expo, but due to COVID, we couldn't host Huntex this year. So our members are in the tourism industry, they're hunting tourists. Some of them are in photographic tourism, but they're also establishment owners and service providers. So my focus is going to be a bit around hunting in the discussions, and I just want to clarify for those that are not necessarily clear on what the difference is between meat hunting and international hunting. The subsistence hunting market is about 250,000 people in South Africa. The economic contribution as determined by University of North West is about 11.6 billion. while the international hunting tourists, there was about in 2017, there was about 8,000, almost 300 visitors to South Africa, and the income from that was 1.9 billion. You will see that I talk about income because that was not looking at the full economic contribution of the international hunting market. Just to explain how important hunting is for securing wildlife habitats and wildlife destinations, about 50% of game ranches in South Africa are reliant on hunting. Of those, 30% have hunting as the most important income stream. Now that highlights how important the role of hunting is in making sure that wildlife destinations are financially viable. The difference, especially what we realized during COVID, when you look at subsistence hunting and international hunting, is that subsistence hunting is like the bread and butter income generation. So as Limpopo, the bulk of your income from hunting will come from subsistence hunting. But for an individual landowner, he might actually generate the bulk of his income from international hunting if he's got specific trophy animals that are available to that market. If you want to look at transformation and growth in the industry, the subsistence hunting market requires a lot less investment to start an hunting operation. And it's also scalable. You can start with common game species and then move from there to the more expensive and more difficult to manage species if you are a new entrant into the sector. Then also through the COVID situation, we've realized that with the international hunting restrictions, it was the meat hunting sector that actually assisted a lot of the landowners that still allowed them to still generate income through this period. And if you compare hunting tourism with photographic tourism, it was also for a lot of the tourism destinations that focused only on the international photographic market that really struggled. So one of the lessons that we learned from tourism is to diversify, because through diversification, you're actually more able to deal with these fluctuations in the markets. Rita talked a bit about info and data generation. So SA Hunted started a process where we actually collect data from our own hunters when they go out in the field through our Wild Harvest initiative. And this is just some of the statistics, and this was collected during the COVID period. So you'll see here that Limpopo is still the most preferred hunting tourist destination. And within Limpopo, you will see that Waterberg is the most preferred hunting destination. If we look at accommodation, there was about 2,710 trips in Limpopo. The average period for hunting trips to Limpopo was approximately 5 days. Average spending per day was about 4,000 rand. And you'll see that the total spending just for accommodation during this period when people went hunting in Limpopo was about 10 million. The travel expenses was about 2.3, and then the total spending on just travel and accommodation from our members hunting in Limpopo during this period was about 11 million. So you can see as we start collecting our own data, we're actually finding that the economic contribution from the hunting sector is actually much bigger than we initially thought. What we did see through COVID was that the actual hunts decreased, the days spent in the field, and also the distances traveled played a key role. And you can see here for the meat hunting sector, self-catering accommodation was the preferred type of accommodation. Highlighting the point that for the meat hunting sector, the initial investment that you require to start an enterprise is much lower than starting at high-end tourism or international hunting. So this is just an indication of the type of species that hunters from SA Hunters preferred. And you can see in Limpopo's case, impala and kudu were some of the top species that were preferred. So it's the more common species that hunters preferred. In terms of bird species, you can see here Swainson's francolin and Cape turtle dove. And this is one area that Limpopo can maybe take note, is that the bird hunting has not received a lot of attention in the past, but that's actually an area that has potential for growth. Then when we look at job generation, I just included this slide to indicate the biodiversity sector within South Africa, the income generation, the job creation, and then the tourism sector. And if you look at this comes from the National Biodiversity Assessment, you'll see that the extractive use of biodiversity, which includes hunting, this is the number of jobs generated. Now, we still do not have very good data on all of the jobs that we generate through hunting, but as part of our survey, we saw in the last year that these, if you look at these sort of skills, trackers, cleaners, guides, and butchers, this is the number of times that they were used, and the total spending from hunters during that time on these sort of skills levels were about 3.2 million. So if we start to get better in terms of our data collection, I'm sure that we will see that hunting really makes a major contribution, especially in these rural economies where government often struggle to find other viable land use options. Another interesting point that I would like to highlight for Limpopo is when we ask our hunters what they do with skulls and skins. You can see here the percentages thrown away and the percentages used by some of the hunters. So this actually provides an opportunity for Limpopo, if this is the most preferred hunting destination, and so much of the skins and the byproducts are not being used. This is a huge opportunity for Limpopo to look at secondary enterprise opportunities within Limpopo. When we asked our members, they were willing to donate these skins and skulls and bones, and there's a lot of opportunity to actually look at that. These are just some of the products, but we also know that some of the people are looking at dog food for the processing of the skins and some of the bones. So this is an economic opportunity that should definitely be considered going forward. Then Richard spoke a lot on the legislative issues. On this whole slide, it's a lot of data. The only thing that you must look at is the stop bar. Limpopo is the only province in South Africa currently where we can't get your hunting license online. You have to physically drive to an office, and you can only do that during the week. For all of the other provinces, they either have online systems, they've either used the post office, or organizations such as SA Hunters can assist with issuing those hunting licenses. So this is really a key area that Limpopo needs to look at in servicing this industry that can actually help with generating economic benefits for the province. Other opportunities. So SA Hunters, together with Ezavelu, actually developed the concept of biodiversity economy nodes, which the industry bought in and became one of the core strategies for growing the wildlife economy. Now, this is the first biodiversity economy node that was established in KwaZulu-Natal, and it actually generates huge opportunities for communities, especially those situated adjacent to protected areas. In some of the cases, you'll see that in Pombeni, in that area, there was a very small area that communities owned. The fence was dropped with Sisluium phalosi. Animals migrated into that area, and within 3 months, that community was able to secure investment onto their property of over 30 million rands, and they're currently running a lodge with occupancy above 80% and traversing rights on Sisluium phalosi. There's another initiative, the Big Five, where similar opportunities happened where the fences were dropped. And the Kwasanguya community is the community that we work with in particular. They're also adjacent to Upati. Now that community, with their private sector partners, currently generate about R1 million profit a year that they reinvest into their enterprises, of which one is a wildlife-based enterprise, and their hunting packages are booked in advance for the entire year, highlighting the importance for these private partnerships with communities and then for government to also assist as a three-tier partnership. We do, however, see that there's huge challenges in terms of the policy approach from government, and I will highlight a few of that a bit later. Now, there are similar opportunities here next to Kruger, with a lot of communities sitting here, and there's also other opportunities. And as you know, one of our members from Greater Kuduland Safaris have been trying for a very long time to actually partner with Nwanedi protected area to drop fences and to expand that area. Because the moment that you look at the expansion and the collaboration, you expand the economies of scale, which means that now you can actually have small business enterprises that can start servicing much larger areas, if I can use an example. So the more lodges you have in a biodiversity economy node, the more flights you need to the local airport. If you have more flights to the local airport, you need more shuttles to drive those people to the local destinations. You need more people to employ. You need more people to actually produce food that people can actually buy from those local communities. If you start a small enterprise to look at fence management, it's not viable if it's just for a small area, but if you have larger areas clustered in a specific area, you can actually have a viable SMME to start doing the fence maintenance of all of those areas, as an example. So this is one of the community developments around the Shishlui and Pelosi biodiversity economy node, the Big Five, where fences has been dropped between the community and the reserve. Now, in Limpopo province, you have an organic biodiversity economy node around Kruger, but there are also huge opportunities in the Waterberg and also in the areas north of the South Ponsberg to start nodes like this. Then just to, I'm almost done, highlight a few issues, especially for government. There's some concern when people think about economic opportunities on protected areas, and we're not saying that all of the developments should take place on the protected area. Most of it should take place in the areas around these protected areas, but there are community reserves, like for instance Blouberg, where the community get an annual quota for buffalo. But because of the policy position and the reserve not being zoned, that community can't really look at all of the opportunities available to them. They only have the option to actually sell the buffalo live, and because it's buffalo from adder, they're not really buffaloes that people want to buy for breeding purposes. They can't hunt those buffaloes because of the policy approaches on these reserves. Now, this is a study that was done in Kruger National Park to just highlight that people think people would be concerned about sustainable use from protected areas. But when they understand, they feel more comfortable. They need information on the scale of the resource that will be used. They need to know that the impact is being monitored. And in Kruger Park, what was industry, visitors was comfortable with the harvesting of thatched, mupani worms and the culling of large game for meat purposes. They do not prefer to see it, but they understand, if they understand that it's necessary for ecosystems management, they actually are more comfortable with that process. And there are some reserves in in Limpopo, where some of these opportunities can be explored in terms of wildlife management. But people are scared because they think the tourists won't be happy with what is taking place. but it's actually a situation of better communication of what we're doing and why we are doing this. This is just some of the other opportunities in a cluster. If you have a few people that are selling meat, it might not be viable, but if you are in a wildlife economy cluster, again, the economies of scale results in those smaller enterprises becoming more viable over time. Another opportunity that Limpopo maybe consider is safari routes through the province. I know the African ivory route was established some time ago, but maybe we should look at how we offer these safari routes. SA Hunters has got initiatives in Namibia where we look at this, where we actually partner with communities and then have safari routes through these areas to make sure we get feed to those rural economies and rural communities. And it's not always about hunting, it's sometimes just about experiencing nature, because so many of our people are very far removed from nature. And these safari routes can actually include photography, angling, hunting, cultural adventures. But if we package them, I think our sector can really contribute to the sustainability of these sort of initiatives. In conclusion, I would just like to say, I think if we want to grow the wildlife sector and specifically the safari and hunting cluster in Limpopo, you need to understand the market. You need to understand what it is that the international tourists want and what is it that the local tourists want. And package products for those specific niche markets, but also understand that it's not the same person that hunts is the person that might like to angle or that might like to go on a photographic safari. Then the issue around permitting and licenses is critically important. And then the policy approach. Limpopo, we've offered our services to so many communities in Limpopo and said, if you need assistance, we're there to help. But I think the policy approach from Limpopo needs to be relooked, and you should open up opportunities for partnerships between private sector and communities with enabling support from government. And cleanliness. When we spoke to some of our members that actually host international and local tourists, they said to us, when they enter into certain areas in the province, it's not tourism friendly, it's not clean, there's a lot of litter lying around, and there's not a tourism culture in many of these areas that needs to change. I've spoken about the partnerships, and I think all of the associations in South Africa, whether it's wildlife ranching or the hunting associations, are really available to partner with communities and with government in unlocking opportunities. And then we need an integrated approach. It shouldn't be either photographic tourism or hunting tourism. It should be an integrated approach. And in many cases, like I said, you can zone areas in time and space. And we also need to look at the local economic development plans for many of the districts, because tourism is not really well positioned within the local economic development strategies, and that's something that can assist in unlocking opportunities going forward. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Lizanne, for yet again another insightful presentation. And I'd really like to highlight a few key things. Ma'am, I cannot overemphasize what Lizanne refers to by hunting permits. I cannot overemphasize the point that Richard made. But I think it is about the regulatory framework in its entirety and not limiting it just to permits. And one of the things that we have learned from COVID and the lockdown that followed it was that we have learned that we can find different, much more effective and efficient ways of doing things. Whereas in the past, we accepted that some things are going to have to be done in a particular manner. I was telling one of my friends, I used to work in government at some stage, and we used to have a printing pool where you would have handwritten notes, and some ladies would sit, and their job would be to take. And they'd bring this thing back, and you'd have to look at it, and hopefully it's correct, and then it's fine. And today, people type on their cell phones, and they send this document across, and it looks okay. So it calls upon one of the things that we've realized, that we do not have to do things the way we have been doing it forever. There has got to be much more quicker, efficient, and effective ways, not only from an efficiency, but from a value for money point of view. We cannot afford to do business in a manner that is costly. I have family who work in SARS, and they tell me that South Africa is one of the places in the world where the cost of doing business is high. Whereas there are other countries like Rwanda and others who have come through difficult times, who have progressed even much quicker and better than we are. The point we're making is that unless we wake up to these things, we continue to lose the competitive edge and advantage that we used to have. We have seen Nigeria going fast past us. At some stage, we used to think of ourselves as the top dogs of economy in Africa. I don't know if we can still lay that claim. So it is a wake-up call, but we now know that we can do things differently and much better. I'd just like to check online if my panelists are available. Andrew Apane, I think I saw his hand at some stage on the screen. And who else would have been there? Only him. And Lizanne is still available online. I'd appreciate that, because I think we may want to put some questions to her as well as to Richard. Richard, if you're still available, we would really like to have you there to respond to some of the questions. Could I ask the panelists who are here, Mr. York Sr. and Mr. Mafela, I think he was here. Oh, yes, he is. He is. To please come join us on stage so that they can assist us with these exciting discussions. And we will have online Mr. Andrew Apane as well as Lizanne Nel. DDG, I'm sure you are also available on site, in situ. Linda de Pilawana, Kartusha Mola. Okay, he has quickly found a way of escaping it, but I'm sure he would also be able to assist. May we spend a bit of time on taking questions, putting questions to the two presenters or presentations, and please feel free. I will not be interfering in the questions and answer sessions. Let us allow a flow of conversation. Do you have questions? And ma'am, if you could assist me, if there are questions online, I'm going to have to rely on your indication. Thank you. Questions for Mr. York and... I thought you were joking, Drusa, but I see you're serious. Thank you. That mic seems to be dead. There we are.
Thank you. Firstly, I'd like to appreciate the presentation done by Richard and Lizanne. They have been a very serious eye-opener, particularly for us as Limpopo Tourism Agency. One of our clusters is safari and hunting. And I remember 4 weeks ago, I was raising it with the team that we have never had a discussion properly about this cluster. The others we are able to speak about, even when you wake one up from sleep, I can tell you about sports tourism, family recreation, all those. But this one of hunting and safari, we have never dealt with it. And I think it was very good that we had this Lekgotla and we had the president, because it was able to showcase that firstly we were correct in identifying it as one of our clusters in terms of tourism development. But secondly, I think the presentations that were given here today are taking us forward in strengthening that cluster. A great appreciation again to Richard and Lisanne and the other ones that are going to respond. My question, the first one is, I would like to hear more about the transformation aspect. Richard tried to talk about it, but he was afraid to go deeper. Now, because there is a question directly asked, let's be able to understand the foundation laid, the opportunities available, and the guidance that can be provided by your organization, WRSA. The second issue is that I would like to hear from all the presenters and even the panel members, from a regulatory framework, what type of help do you need? Because one of the takeoffs from this Lekgotla is that we need to deal with practical issues. So that if you are able to mention a few or others, that will make a commitment that in the next 2 weeks, the debt would have received that, so that the authorities that must deal with that needs to be able to push. You know? So therefore, you spoke about the trade ban, you spoke about the issues of permits, you spoke about the leopard hunting, and all those things, but I think I was happy in the manner that you put that there is this regulatory framework, there might be others. How do you want us to intervene? What time do you give yourself to put up those available to us so that we can assist you in making sure that those obstacles are moved out? The other issue that, for me, I think will need to then be expanded upon is in terms of the utilization of the byproducts, which then is value chain, is the job creation. To say, what firm proposal do you have in that context of saying, when people have hunted, they still have the horn, skins, blah, blah, that can be utilized? How do we create a center that they get to becomes a holding point, and therefore we can then begin to create SMMEs that fits into then dealing with the utilization of the byproducts, to create furniture, clothing, and every other thing, which then ultimately creates the job creation. Because I think when Lisanne spoke about it, it was nice that you did showcase what can come out of the byproducts. But I think now we need to practically say, you who are involved in this space, this is what we suggest that we do, and we can have a test case started in Waterberg. This is where it will be. It will be in this area, and then therefore it will mean whether it's Lephalale, or we are in Rooiberg, or we are in Modimolle, this is where we start. And we can be able to functionally start something that down the line, in 12 months, we can pinpoint to say that Lekgotla discussion produced what we are beginning to see here. Now, the other things that I wanted to raise are not questions, but are commitments. I see the MEC is not here, but me and him have got an agreement that we come out of this Lekgotla committing ourselves to do certain things and those that we lead. And these are the following things that I'm making a commitment upon. The leadership, the administrative leadership here will deal with that. Number one, we make a commitment that in partnership with you, we will have to work out the safari routes. And this even fit into one of the issues raised yesterday about what do we do during winter. We have not created tourism experiences during winter that are strong enough, and hunting taking place mostly during winter. Therefore, we will have to create the safari routes. That's our responsibility that we'll do. Number two, the issue of the online licensing is going to be done. Yesterday, we were discussing with the ICT, and I hope they are here because except the reservations, here is another task now of online applications, because people involved in hunting are complaining that we are the only province where we are still using paper. So I don't want to assume, but I'm just trying to think, because that's how it works. I mean, paper creates a lot of things. You create file 13 when you are not happy with anybody else. And then when it comes back, you say, no, I forgot it. There was wind that came into my office. So that needs to be done. And Megan, I'm going to need your commitment with regards to the deadline on when that is going to be done. We can't continue to have that scenario. We can't be the black sheep of all the provinces on the online licensing. With regards to the wild inn, we are making a commitment that we should then have a linkage between the wild inn and the Limpopo Tourism Agency website and all other digital methods of marketing. Because therefore it will mean that which you are being refused on the other areas in terms of sharing your information, expanding knowledge with other people, that's our responsibility as Limpopo Tourism Agency to do that. And we are saying that, this must happen. The interconnection between Wild Inn and our website and all the other different digital platforms that we utilize. Because then when you come and talk about the Huntex exhibition, we have to become now a better partner and playing a role in the determination of and assisting in its exposition and being able to say, still again, come to Limpopo because there is more to enjoy in Limpopo. You know, you are not only going to see, but you now are also going to experience. Lastly, the other issue that I'm making a commitment about is the issue about the data sharing. I was looking very beautiful numbers there that you were giving of 19,000 beds that have been utilized. And I then called the DDG. You see, she's unfortunately, she's closer to me. I always call her to say, but do we get the benefit of those numbers when SA Tourism give us the beds that were utilized in our province? Now, you see, we are shooting ourselves in the foot. Now, it means that the data sharing between us now and Hunters Association must happen so that if then the other numbers come from SA Tourism, we can tell them, no, you have missed out these numbers. Please add them so that we continue to maintain our number one position in the domestic tourism. And even in terms of having to get to know, within the context of the international experience hunting, how many have come here and what have they left. But also that data sharing will help us in the spend. Because remember when you then deal with the issue of the numbers of how many came to the province, You then find that through VFR, you'll have a greater number, but the spend will be less. But here we have one of our clusters that we have correctly identified that is also increasing our spend. Because if on a yearly basis you have the 11 billion rand in terms of the meat hunting and the international experience, pulling you 1.5 billion. It's a lot of money, and that's what we should be speaking about with regards to how we do that. But I think those things that have helped, for me, it becomes a starting point of strengthening the partnership between ourselves as Limpopo Tourism Agency and yourself in the hunting and safari sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I was tempted to suggest that your time is up, but when you go to commitments, I had to say, but this is key. One day I will disclose, Dipila and I come from a background preceding this time, so I can relate to the years of our younger time when our hair was still intact and everything else before recession. I've seen a number of hands, and is there another hand, a virtual hand? Do you want to take it now? I'm aware that there are a few hands in the house, but let's deal with the remote ones first quickly.
Good morning. The question comes from Jacques Blau virtually. Game farms in many municipalities are classified as businesses and property taxes raised according to this classification. This holds a severe threat to the sustainability of game farms. It needs a revision of the definition in the Act to align game farms with agricultural use. Is there a public-private task team looking into this?
And I'm sure that would be a regulatory kind of question. I'm sure DDG, you've made a proper note for that. Do we want to take a few more, as I've seen a hand at the back, but there's another hand here. I note your hand, sir, you may rest it. And there's another, Deputy Chairperson.
No, thanks.
You may please proceed, sir.
Thanks very much, facilitator. And I'm happy that the chairperson of the board has made a commitment, because you know, these clusters, this is one of the clusters that benefits Limpopo a lot in terms of money, in terms of people that come here, in terms of employment. But there are two fundamentals, and I think Lizanne and I, we used to work together. So she knows exactly how I bleed when we talk about the hunting and safari in Limpopo. We are number one in the country. 31.69. At the time when we developed the strategy in 2006, the contribution of hunting, it was 27%. So you can see the growth. Despite the pandemic, you can see, and I'm happy that she shared the most recent stats. So, but there are fundamentals, and I think the issue of online, it was raised, and we needed that partnership with the industry. The industry never came forth, and I'm happy that currently you've got organized. I think when Richard, you were presenting, I've seen the structures that you work with, and when Lizanne was presenting, I've seen the structures that you work with. And I think from what the chairperson said, we need to have that partnership task team that will work on deliverables and come as soon as possible. Online permits is not a problem. We have agreed, we even proposed that there is a game reserve that is owned by government. That land, we can make it available for the private sector to come and develop what we call an outdoor world. In an outdoor world, it's a one-stop shop for hunting. It will have everything, you know, and we thought, let's do that. Lizanne, when you mentioned the issue of the skins and the tusks, that are thrown away. That is where transformation chairperson comes in. We need to have taxidermists. We bring in new people into the industry. And, those are benefits. And if the industry is willing to donate those skins and tusks, and the skulls, it's a bonus. So I think for me, the other issues chairperson highlighted, we always wanted to market the hunting, to partner also with FASA, to partner with WRSA, to partner with ASA Hunting Association. But it was very difficult, and I'm happy that we have this forum. Thank you. So mine was more a comment whilst bleeding, and also a contribution that, and I'm happy that the chairperson has made a commitment. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the bleeding comment, sir. I want to allow the panelists an opportunity to make a few remarks, lest they fall asleep behind me. So, Mr. York.
Thank you very much. It's a huge privilege and an honor for FASA to be invited here today, and we thank you from the depth of our heart. The most important challenges facing us, let me just go back a little bit. Who is FASA? We are the Professional Hunters Association of South Africa. We were established, I think, what does this badge say? 1978. We are, in fact, the largest professional hunting association in the world. Not in South Africa, in the world. Now, why is that? It is because we have got such a fantastic diversity of wildlife that we can hunt, and we have got such a fantastic amount of support from the private sector that supply the majority of our hunting. So, being a professional hunter doesn't mean to say we are better than the normal hunter. No. All it means is that we make a living from hunting. Isebenzi wethu. It's our job. Okay. And we create wealth from hunting. So, one of our biggest challenges facing us is we are regarded by the National Department of Tourism as the ugly duckling. We are not welcomed. We are not fully supported. Now, our members of our association, our outfitters, spend maybe 3 to 4 months a year in America and Europe. And what are they doing there? They are our ambassadors, recruiting tourists, the most high-paying tourists to come to our country on a one-on-one basis. They go and have parties, they go and visit people individually. So it's a very private relationship. And that's why the hunters are the first to return, because they have trust in the outfitters that have been overseas, that have welcomed them, that have invited them. They know when they come here, they get a personal, dedicated service. And that is so important. But the most unfortunate part that we have is that our members get no support whatsoever in their marketing campaigns. Now, isn't it time that that changed? We urge. We talk about partnerships. What does that partnership mean? It means together we can do better. 100%. So I think that's one of the most important key factors. When it comes to transformation, siyahlupheka. I'm not going to tell you many things, but yeah, siyahlupheka. To transform the professional hunter, you saw what Lizanne said there. Only 6% of the industry is through professional hunting. So, but it's that personal relationship How do you transform that? How do you encourage someone to have personal relationships with overseas people and bring them? So there we need to do better, 100%. But what does transformation mean? To transform is to change. What does empowerment mean? Empowerment means is to give responsibility. And these are two factors that I think we should be very serious about when we talk about a regulatory framework. We are empowered to own our animals, we are told. We are empowered to feed our animals. We are empowered to protect our animals. We are empowered to buy our animals. But when it comes to selling our animals that we have produced, we must go and say, "Ambut kelama permit." But in Amazon is it? Does a man who sells his cattle have to go and get a permit to sell his cattle? No. So, why are these permits necessary? Yes, they were necessary in the past, when wildlife was just seen in the open bush when it was res nullis. But are these permits really necessary today? Are they all really necessary today? We have a hunter coming, and he sees a roan antelope, or he sees a, what do they call it, a common reedbuck. He wants to shoot it. Not allowed. First, we must go and get a permit. But the permit takes 6 weeks. But by that time, I'm back in America. So we've lost that business. Can you imagine going into a shop and you have to have a shopping list before you go that's got to be approved by a government department? And before you can buy something from that shopping list, if you buy something that's not on your list, you get arrested for shoplifting. Because that's the type of thing that's happening. But getting back to the hunting, and people need to understand that we as FASA support responsible hunting. What do you mean by responsible hunting? And this came about at a tourism ndaba that we participated in. They spoke about responsible tourism. Responsible tourism must have a positive social impact. Okay? So you don't go to someone's farm or someone's community and impose your ideologies on them. You're supportive of local traditions and local cultures. Must have a positive economic impact. Our hunters individually, especially the overseas hunters that come and visit, are the most high-paying tourists that visit our country. Information that came from Timbavati a few years ago showed that 44 international tourists created 3 times more income than 20,000 photographic tourists in 1 year. So they're the highest paying. But the most important thing, and that's where we miss each other, good people, the most important thing, as responsible hunters, we have a positive environmental impact. Do you know we save animals through hunting them? When we started hunting white rhino in 1968, Ian Player was one of the guys that facilitated this process. Since that time to now, just before this latest high poaching era, white rhino population multiplied tenfold because of hunting. Now, we can manage our leopard populations and grow our leopard populations through hunting. But what? We are denied the right to do that because there are no permits. So how can we partner and work together going forward when we are denied the right? A few years ago, I made a presentation to the Wildlife Forum, and it was towards an enabling legal and regulatory environment. And I'd be happy to share that presentation with Leaded. But I really mean that we need our regulatory environment We need self-administration as much as possible, because that's what partnerships are. That's what empowerment means. And we need a time spent, a body maybe put together to say what permits are really necessary, what permits aren't necessary, and how can we streamline so that we can all go forward together. Regulatory framework I've dealt with. Need help? Yes. We need help from the Department of Tourism, and we need help from the Department of Agriculture, and we need help from the Department of Environmental Affairs. Together, we can do more. Together, we can be stronger. And those are the most important questions or the most important messages that I'd like to give. But when we're getting back to transformation, we need to transform the whole value chain. And that's where we can make a huge positive difference. As FASA, we partnered with the Makuya community. We see that community, that area, the Makuya Park, as a fantastic opportunity. But we need to ask ourselves, why has hunting not taken place there for the last 2 years? What we need to change, and we can help working together and help communities manage their land and manage their wildlife resources to maximize the benefits they get. That's when they'll look after their wildlife. And that's where we see ourselves as strategic partners. And especially the communities that have land, that have wildlife, together with organizations like WRSA, we can partner and make it better for all. But we need that freedom, that we need to be empowered to be able to do that. I hope that's answered some of the questions. Thank you.
Is there a question? Perhaps Mike will have to come in if he is not. Thank you. I am Mr. Mafera Simon. I represent Chivura Communal Property Association. I actually am happy that I am coming here now from a different background. I am also pleased that I've been given this opportunity also to come and share a bit of what we do. I realize that the focus should be on the question of transformation. When we talk about transformation, we really talk about change. And change can happen to a lot of things. But perhaps for people to be able to understand a bit of who I am or where I come from, I stand here as a beneficiary of the Land Restoration Program. We currently have about 20,000 hectares of land, just 7 kilometers outside of Mapungu, or in a place called Old Days. Recently, we could have been hosting the president of the country. There was actually a proposal from the Department of Land Reform and Rural Development to say they want to go and launch our project. And then the minister then Toko did this. I was actually informed about it, and she actually wanted to come. But the president also heard about it, and then he said he wanted to be part of the project launching. We actually are not known by a lot of people, I should believe. But the reason why the president wanted to come is because of the good things that we are doing. Coming from the background of land reform, reform is change, it's part of change. I can also indicate that I mentioned the 20,000 hectares of land that we have now, but in total we've claimed about 750 farms north of the Soutpansbeck Mountains. Our area actually covers the area just from north of the Soutpansbeck Mountain up to the Limpopo River, and from the Sand River on the east to Mokgalakwena in the west. So you can see it's a vast area of land. An average size of the farms that we've claimed, the hectares per farm, the average is around 2,000 hectares. If you multiply 2,000 by 750, you can actually see the number of hectares that we are probably going to occupy in the near future. And the question will be, if we take over the land that is currently owned by a lot of private owners, what is going to happen? If we are not empowered now, if we are not actually given the necessary knowledge and so on, what is going to happen? That land can actually become useless for some time before maybe somebody comes in and says, no, we have been doing it wrong, let us start to do it right. So I am coming here to say, even if you ignore us, but the truth of the matter is we are there to contribute. We can either contribute positively or negatively to the success of the economy of the province. The land that I'm talking about is not only about wildlife, but I think about 70% of the farms there, they are wildlife. We also there is also a lot of agriculture in terms of stock and crops and so on. Now, we actually have got 5 farms. Although now we've just received the 6th one. But out of the 5 farms that we had, we actually sought advice from leaders. The first farm, we got it in 2009. Before we could do anything, the whole committee, the CPA committee, we came to LTA offices. We met Fixen, I don't know whether he's still here, Mr. Hlungwani. And then we also met a guy called Malan Dutoit. And then together they agreed that they are going to come to our farm and look at what is happening on the farm, and they are going to advise us on what we should do. And then indeed the report we got was that we can only do wildlife and ecotourism. And we took it, and we never shot a bird or an animal without following proper procedures. The unfortunate part, the most unfortunate part, by then the minister was Kugile Nkwinti. I personally met him, I think 4 times. And I was told plainly that government, meaning the Department of Rural Development, they do not fund wildlife because that thing is just for leisure. It doesn't make any, contribution in terms of the economy and so on. So I realized that the understanding for most of us Africans, I don't want to say blacks, by then, was that these areas, the vast areas that we are seeing, the bushes and so on, is useless, it's just lying fallow, there is nothing happening there. Only to find that people were making millions and millions on those farms. The owner, the former owner of one of the farms that we are actually using now, used to make an average of 30 million per annum out of rhino and buffaloes. And he was not actually even shooting, was just doing auctions. One of the buffaloes that was sold for around 45 million, one bull buffalo, okay, came from the farm we are actually now using. And you can remember the last buffalo that was sold, that fetched the highest. I think it was around 160 million, and it was bought by 2 individuals, one bull, 160 million. Okay, the other time I attended one conference in Bethlehem, Free State. In the evening there was braai. And then I asked, what kind of meat are we eating here? The guy told me this is wrong, okay? Then the people who decided to use that meat just for the braai, they didn't know the value of the roan. You can ask Richard and the other guys the value of the roan. Then if you see other smaller species like the caracal, your honey badger, and so on. We don't, a baboon, for example, to us, we think it's just an animal, we can just shoot, and so on. But I've come to learn that there is value in the baboon in the farm. It's not just an animal, and I don't know, because now we have to talk about transformation here. But what I want to tell you is, we started small, we received no support, but we decided to go out and get legal support that we could. We were told we need to get a strategic partner. We got a strategic partner, and we grew. I wish I could share the videos that of the infrastructure we have. Yeah, I do have, but I don't know whether I've got time to do that. But what I can say is this industry is really it's actually something that is very important in tourism. You cannot talk about tourism and do not talk about a wildlife trade and ecotourism in Limpopo in particular. We are very close to Mapungubwe, okay? We are very close to Mapungubwe. We've got now 3 lodges that are actually fully functional. In 2020, we were supposed to have 5. The way we do our hunting is different from the rest of the country. And I think we're the only black community, because ours is actually black-owned, okay? I think we're the only black community in South Africa that are doing it the way we are doing it. I'm not sure whether we also have got some other people that are doing the way we're doing it. I can see that we just behind time. But I want to say, when we actually are busy hunting, we employ a maximum of around 150 people. If you want to see it, you can come maybe next week or next coming weeks. We're going to be having a hunt day. You will see the number of people we employ, the professional hunters from other areas and so on. The issue now is about change. Change. How do we really bring about change? And myself, I am some kind of a person, I think a lot, and I think all of us, we think, but I believe also in philosophy. Because if we only think generally, then our knowledge becomes general. It must be some kind of systemic knowledge, something that is workable, that can be translated in something that is practical. We cannot talk about change and do not talk about transformation and do not talk about the land, for example. There is the question of the land. He mentioned it, soil, the grass, he talked about the air, etc. When we talk about change, we have to look at change holistically. Transformation, that is to change the shape, to change the color sometime. If we are saying something has changed, it cannot remain the same. The color should have changed maybe. If you mix white and black, it must come up with another color. As long as the white color remains white, the black color remains black, then there is no change. There is no transformation. So transformation should come to a point where we are able to see that we are moving from one point to another point. Now, one philosopher says, unexamined life is not worth living. And we must always think from the end to the beginning. We must always look at the outcomes of what we are thinking about. Now, change, transformation cannot happen if there is no land. And if we get the land, the change will be there. The natural change can take place. It's either it can be changed from positive to negative, or from negative to positive, or from the state where we are to another level. And if we're not careful, there are causes of change. Some of the causes are natural. If you are poor, the possibility is that you can grow poorer and poorer. If you are rich, the possibility is that you can grow richer and richer, depending on the environment. Now, my suggestion would be, if we were to bring about transformation, there must be some agents, there must be certain things that are put in practice to bring about change, to bring about transformation. If I am coming in as an African rancher, I need to get support. And so I need to get support. Now, there is actually the value chain that we talk about in this in this industry. For example, all those levels and so on. We talked about the accommodation. I mean, your lodging. You talk about the animals, the meat, and so on. I don't really know how I can be able to talk about it now. I think I'm really under pressure now. But the thing is, I can appeal to those who actually want to see what we are doing to come to us, to visit us and see what actually is happening. And like we can talk about the infrastructure, the roads, we can talk about these things. They all can contribute towards the positive growth of the provincial economy and so on. But ladies and gentlemen, I don't have enough time. I think I have to stop here. Thank you.
Being a facilitator is you've got to be firm, but at the same time be kind. Thank you very much, Ndate Mafela. I can tell the deep passion, and unfortunately, time is a limited resource. We've got to make do with what we have available here. I have Ndate Andrew Apane online. I don't know if Andrew would like to deal with some of
Yes, Bramak, I will. Yeah.
Yes, please go ahead quickly. You don't have the luxury of time, and I appreciate the background you've got there. But please, if you could be brief to the point, it would be highly appreciated.
Okay. All right. Let me take this opportunity and greet you all, and also thank the DDG for inviting me to this Lekgotla. My name is Andrew Apane. I'm from a company called Apamo Burdere, and we are farming here in the Northwest. So it's a privilege to really be involved with what's happening in Limpopo, and as well as to learn, and for you guys to learn on what we do. The two speakers, they really said mouthful things. I picked up something from Richard about 20 years of experience take 20 years. So it's a very interesting statement. And the issue I have there is, when are we starting, or if we have started, what is the impact of what we have started in terms of getting the Black community or the previously disadvantaged to play a meaningful role in this wildlife economy. So it's a very interesting challenge. And if you look at the transformation within FAS as well, I also have an interesting question asking them, yes, we always talk about creating PHs. We always talk about training Black upcoming PHs. But the issue is, how many Black outfitters have we created? So I think out of this Lekgotla, if we can come up with a task that parallel to creating awareness, parallel to creating PHs, parallel to creating careers, we also have to look at creating a business opportunities or creating businesses that are previously owned by the black communities. Because if you look now, I mean, we have a hunt this year in our farm, and you look at the model being used, you'll associate yourself with an outfitter. Definitely sure will be outfitter if it's a overseas client. There comes a white PH, there comes a black tracker. And you look at the skills level of that tracker, you sit down and ask yourself, what do we need now to switch these trackers from what they are into the next level of PHing international clients into another level of owning an outfitter? And it's a challenge that I want both private sector together with government to sit down and look at it and see how can we make means that we get this, that we can't continue to say we'll keep training and training and training and training. Yes, we need training. But prior to that, there are people that are ready that we can put those people into business and run. And we need government to give them support to make sure that they become proper outfitters that can play a meaningful role into this billion rand economy contributor. So when we look at the tourism and hunting, it's a very interesting topic, because the other thing that we learned here in the Northwest is if we get international clients to come and hunt on our farms, you'll find that they are here for 7 days, and you'll get the 4 days hunt. They get all the animals they want. Then from there, they'll decide, can we maybe go to Madikwe and be booked and go to Madikwe for tourism reasons? And they go there, they enjoy themselves, they come back, spend one night in Sun City and come back. So that shows you that there's no way that we can separate hunting from tourism. They are really working very close together. And then through hunting, we can make sure that we enhance our tourism in South Africa, both in Limpopo and in the Northwest. The speaker also, Lizette, talked about the byproduct of game, like skins being thrown away, like horns, and some of them bones and all that. I think it's also a high time that the department look at that and see what can we create in terms of the kudos. What can we create? We got cooperatives that we can put together because our unemployment is very high. We can put ladies together, we can train them. I know there are a lot of ladies that likes working with the skins, that likes working to make kudos, can make key holders from wathock horns and all that. So we need to start to say, how do we look at other value add in terms of the byproducts of hunting, which is very, very critical. And the other challenge I want to ask further to look at, you look at the outfitters. Yes, the outfitters, they'll pay a better price in terms of animal price compared to biltong hunters. But after that, the outfitter will also want to take over the meat after the hunt, which I found it is something that it needs to be readdressed. Because if you hunt in a community kind of farm, community-owned farm, what will add value from the outfitter? Yes, pay them a price, but if you leave the meat to those communities, it will add value in terms of making sure that those guys get a better protein, the local communities, others to sell that meat to make more revenues, and then the revenues, the income of the farms can improve. So it's something that we really need to really look at it. And I see it's been practiced in many scenarios. So in another meeting, I would like us to have a look at that. So lastly, I would like us to really focus on 3 sectors of wildlife. The first one is the ranching. We really need to make sure that our wildlife ranching within the PDIs are supported. Yes, we view our wildlife ranching as a business because we run this as business. So I need to get a fund from private sector like the banks and others to make sure that my business runs. But we really need an extra support from the government. If you look at the agriculture, for example, every year there is a fund that comes out of agriculture that is called CASP. And all the farmers, they apply for CASP to better themselves because whatever government add, it brings a value into the business. So we also in wildlife industry, we would like to have such funds that every year the government recognize and appreciate that we are also food security. And until hunting and wildlife economy be seen as a food security, the earlier the better, because if we can't see us as a food security, we'll always be looked as a leisure and all. And we are not. We are playing a big role in terms of producing of a protein in this country. So the other part that we need to look at as well is the game meat processing. I know the national, they are busy with game meat processing project, but I would like even the province to tap in what the national is doing and see how can they enhance that, or how can they make sure that everybody's covered, because the national is slow. That's point number one. You get approved and you wait for 3-5 years. After, when they come back to come and support the project have already collapsed. But the province need to start thinking of what can we do in the meantime to keep all the wildlife project floating until we get this motherly support that is heavier from the national, that will add value and make sure that our people or our wildlife ranching businesses are doing very well. So I would like to thank you, and I hope that we will keep discussions after this, and we learn from each other, and we'll make sure that going forward, both private sector and the department, we get aligned and we get enough support. I thank you, Bramike.
Thank you very much, Andrew. I'm very proud of him, and I will tell someday why. There was a hand. Oh yeah, the yellow hand. Yours truly, sir. Madam DDG, we're 2 hours into this session, and I know that everybody is excited about it, but I also know that even good things come to an end.
I'm worried about time. I'm losing some of the panel members that are scheduled to come in the subsequent sessions. So I'm appealing for the police
For the benefit of that concern, let me just reserve my caution. Maybe later in the day I will have an opportunity. Thank you.
Ask the question and I might talk to you at lunch.
Yeah, mine, it's a kind of a concern. You know, I'm Jonas Ngake. I'm the interim chairperson of the association. You know, I listen to the speakers since yesterday and today, and I listen also to the chairperson, Brad Ruza, in terms of what can we do to be able to transform our tourism industry. I can have a concern on when we come to this kind of a forums, we have a talk show, then we'll wait for another 2-3 years to come and sit in this forum and talk again. We don't implement things that benefit us and move forward. So I want to make a contribution to say that the private partnership in terms of collaborating and make a meaningful way forward into our businesses, we have to come up with something tangible that will take us forward as business entities. I'm standing here few years ago, 2005, I was, when we sit in this kind of a forums, when the Tourism Association were called CTA, we were talking, and Limpopo still have a challenge of transforming the tourism industry. So what I want to say to officials of our government, we need to have maybe a quarterly plan where we come up with plans of partnership and collaborations and check on what we are doing together to be able to grow our business, to stop it. One speaker yesterday says we remain small business forever and ever. How do we graduate ourselves into a bigger business? That sense of collaboration is the key element to assist us to move forward with tourism. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have to say that you have done very well, and we're going to have to come to the conclusion of the session. A heartily thanks from my side. The boss lady wants to speak. You see, she pays the bills.
Thank you very much, Mike, moderator, and the panel members, and all the participants online and physical. We do appreciate the comments and the areas that we can still work to improve further. Also, just to alert the colleagues that prior to the preparation of Lekgotla, we had pre-consultation sessions with all the stakeholders that we have had for this meeting. Some of the issues that have been raised here for regulatory challenges in the online system, we have noted that, and we promise to deliver on that, because finally we have received resources as Limpopo to deliver on that aspect. And my chairperson here has indicated that we also received commitment from the MEC. So we are hoping that through the procurement that we are doing through SITA, as the institution that is allowed to do ICT procurement in the province, we should be able to get that system up and running. And some of the regulatory aspects and challenges of permitting, we had invited the colleagues from DFFE, of whom in the industry you are familiar with, Mr. Korombi Matibe. Unfortunately, there was a clash with Environment MINMEC today that is taking place currently, and we are unable to participate in that as a province. But we had prioritized all the issues. I have made him aware. We should be able to have province-specific discussions to deal with all the matters that has been raised here. Thank you very much. Back to you, Mike.
I think it would be rude for me to say anything beyond that. And therefore, I will ask you, Chairperson, thank you very much for allowing me this opportunity. Give yourself a big hand.
Thank you, Mike, for moderating, and thank you for all course participants. I think because of time, we are going to break for tea now. We'll come back at 11:30. 15 minutes break, 11:30, let's be back on time so that we can try and catch up time. When we come back, we're going to have the acting CEO moderating the next session. Thank you.
and also our members online. Welcome to the second session. We're going to be strict on time, that we stick to the allocated time, otherwise we'll not finish on time, and we must bear in mind we have got other members who have joined online. So we are going to spend strictly 45 minutes. And I know that this one also, like the one on safari and hunting, is very loaded. So Chairperson, thanks very much for this opportunity, and we are resuming with the second session. This second session is going to look at rural and community tourism development, investment, and initiatives. So we want to look at all those issues that brings real transformation. We are going to have two main presenters. One will come from Glenn O'Leary, who's the Chief Executive Officer of Transfrontier Park Development. And the other one is going to be given by Greater Kruger National Park, including developments or proposed developments around Shangoni, Gate, and Palabora Activity Hub. And it's going to be done by Mr. William Mavasa, who is the head of communications in SunParks. So and then we are going to have panel members whom I want to request that they come and sit in front. We have got Lisa online. We have got Kylie from TASA. She will come and stay here, sit in front. We've got Bestina from Satavito. And we also have Grace Ibarra from Women in Tourism. I want them to listen carefully to the presentations, and then at the end we are going to take deliberations on the matters. So without any waste of time, and I'm going to time the first speaker to take 10 minutes in his presentation. Mr. Olerise.
Thank you, Moses. And let me start very rapidly then by saying thank you for the invitation to be here today to present on behalf of this particular topic, and also to say that all protocols are observed in the interests of time. I think what's really important is that our panel members will introduce themselves individually just now. So I'll start with Transfrontier Parks Destinations and explain that TFPD manages community-owned lodges in 3 provinces in South Africa. Our mantra is that we partner with communities to commercialize their tourism assets. Together with the industry, we have faced a number of challenges in the past 10 years. Time seems to dull our memory, and we forget that in 2010 there was an Icelandic volcano ash cloud that grounded airlines throughout Europe. We forget that the 2010 Soccer World Cup, whilst it was fantastic for South Africa generally, it was very damaging to rural tourism, in that people from all over the world didn't bother to come to rural South Africa. We forget about the 2014-2015 Ebola in West Africa, which was closer to Europe, but because the word Africa was in our name, people didn't come to South Africa. We forget about the damage that the 2017-2018 Cape Town water crisis did to rural tourism in South Africa, because international visitors who didn't come to South Africa that year didn't come to any of the rural areas in which we operate lodges. And then March 2020 happened. And we still don't actually know when it's going to end. And the interesting thing is that it was in March 2020, the end of February actually, 2020, that I got on an airplane to fly to Berlin to attend ITB, biggest international tourism show in the world. Our diaries were full for 4 days. We did not have a space in our diaries for meeting additional tour operators. We were so booked in advance. I left here on a Thursday night. I landed on a Friday morning. And as I landed, I got a message that ITB had been cancelled. At that point, when I got on the plane, all of our lodges were operating at least 10, and in some instances 20% above their previous year's turnover. So things were looking fantastic for us. On the 26th of March, our income stopped, dead in its tracks. It was actually my birthday that day, so it was one hell of a birthday present. It didn't slow down, it stopped. Not only did it stop, we immediately had demands from tour operators all over the world wanting their deposits back. And up until then, we thought that COVID was a Chinese problem. But clearly it hasn't been. Since then, the turnover for our various lodges and properties we manage, and we manage 13 in different parts of South Africa, 11 of them in Limpopo. Our turnover is down by over 30 million rand. And unless there's a major recovery between now and sometime soon, we'll be down by between 38 and 40 million rand by June. That's an almost impossible figure of loss of turnover to recover from. It just doesn't happen. And how have we managed to survive? Because we're still here. And in that process, we went into COVID with 167 staff members, 93% of whom are from remote rural areas, mostly in Limpopo and the Drakensberg in the Free State, and the Kgalagadi. We fortunately only had to retrench 7 staff members. We had 8 who were retired and 3 who've resigned. So we're now down to 149 staff members. 50% of our staff are women and 45% are youth. So you can see we are a big employer, relatively speaking. And if you multiply that, call it 150 staff members by 7, those are the number of livelihoods that are affected if we were to suffer a demise. That we've survived is a tribute to our staff and our management. Because it's through them, and they are the ones suffering at the moment. In some places, we're down to staff working 20% of a month. Because as Chivenga pointed out yesterday, TERS has been a huge challenge that we've had to deal with. And even now, we still haven't received the TERS for up until the 15th of March for our staff. And they've just made the system even more complicated. Although they've said that there'll be TERS payments going forward, it's become more complicated. So that's the background. So the question is, how do we end up with a brighter future? And how do we go forward from there? So there we go. So maybe reference to our president's statement helps set some idea. When he said in April 2020, and I'll leave you to read it, but to me the 3 key takeaways from that statement are: restructure the economy and achieve inclusive growth, advance the economic position of women, youth, and persons with disability, and make our cities, towns, villages, and rural areas vibrant centers of economic activity. So the question then
is one of how do we actually do that? Jacques Blau yesterday spoke of action rather than dialogue. And we believe in the principle not of work that is in progress, but rather work that is in progress. Because it's too easy to label work and say it's work in progress and then push it off to the next Lekgotla or the next time you get to meet or whatever it is. So we need to actually be taking action now. And the challenge is, how do we do that? Especially because the areas of tourism in which we operate and the panelists with whom that are part of this discussion operate, and I'm sure many of those listening in on this discussion operate, are not considered mainstream tourism activities by traditional investors or funders. We're talking about underdeveloped rural cultural community tourism. We're not talking about well-developed private safari tourism on the borders of iconic destinations like Kruger National Park. And that then presents us with a number of challenges. So how do we then make it work? Thank you. It's critical for a start, and not enough attention has been paid to this, that we have to support existing industry players to get back on track before we start worrying about building new infrastructure. Because if we don't save the existing tourism economy, we are dead. Even more jobs will be lost than the 33.4% of unemployment we're already at. There will be no industry for the future. There will be more consolidation by the larger, sometimes opportunistic players who will see the fire sale bargains, and consequently less transformation. And if there is a move to try and acquire some of these businesses as part of a transformation exercise, they're still not going to survive if they don't get financial support. And I know it's a rhetorical question, but I'll pose it anyway. I'd like to know who in the room and listening in right now would take money out of their bank account and their investments and invest it in the tourism industry. Because that's one of the challenges, and I know the banking sector are talking after us. I was hoping they were going to talk before us. But the fact is that they are not, or they are rather, risk averse. So it doesn't matter what they say, and I'll be interested to hear what they say. It doesn't matter what they say, because when the rubber hits the road, rather, as happened with the President's billions of rands of relief that we were going to get through the banking sector, I don't think even 10% of that was taken up. Because although it was supposedly guaranteed by government, shareholders in companies, directors of companies were having to sign suretyships. The interest rates attached to the loans were prime plus. And apart from anything else, I know of companies who actually applied and were turned down because they were told by the bank, sorry, you're in tourism, we are risk averse. You are too high a risk. So that is one of the biggest challenges we have in going forward and in dealing with the transformation, is access to capital. We just keep kind of like putting that on the back burner as if though it doesn't exist. But nothing will happen without capital. Another key challenge that we face for South Africa is that South Africa as a destination for the international market is typically fly into Cape Town, visit the waterfront, visit Robben Island, Table Mountain, do the winelands, go up the garden route, fly to Sun City, fly to a private lodge on the borders of Kruger Park, fly home, and you've done South Africa. It's your tour. And that's what we are marketing internationally. In France, I went and I collected brochures from 9 different top-end tour operators in France. I took them home to the hotel, I studied them, and in every brochure, the tour was identical. The following day, I went to one of the tour operators and I said, please explain this to me. And he said, no, he said, that's not my tour. I just take it from that guy and he gives me 2% or 5% as a commission. So they're all selling the same tour. We've got to penetrate the market to get people.
I know it was emphasized a number of times yesterday, but it absolutely is critical. And I think, personally, and I don't know how others feel, but I think that the MEC for Health in Limpopo needs to be commended, because if anything is going to get people to get vaccinated, it's stopping them buying their alcohol without a vaccination certificate. So I sincerely hope that she is successful in that. And it's interesting is that immediately after she appeared on the news, that was all over the media as an initiative that was being taken by the MEC of Limpopo. So whether it'll convert into action, that's a different story, but it's a very, very good theory. So just very briefly, I'm going to dwell on, and again, I have to say briefly because Jacques spoke about them yesterday, the 5 A's of tourism. Give me the next slide. Yeah, we belabored the point about access, airlift, road, signage, no transport, no tourist mass transport. I think the one thing that I just want to say again, and this is to our department and whatever department in Limpopo can influence this, the National Public Transport Regulation or licensing is a disaster. It was taken away from the provinces or the regions, and it was consolidated in Gauteng somewhere, and it is a disaster. They are not issuing permits. I don't know how it's going to be handled, but it is something that we put, as was discussed earlier with the hunting guys, or by the hunting guys, we've put regulations in place for what already have to have PDPs. What are the purposes of all of these licenses? Is it just to gain money, or is there some specific reason for doing it? And if there isn't a reason for doing it, it should be done away with. Must attract people to them, that is the important thing. But one of the things we need to remember is that tourism is a journey. It's not a single destination. And marketing a single destination is very, very difficult. Marketing is a collaborative effort. Otherwise, you will not get people in your beds. And I think that Kylie and Grace will probably be able to add some observations to that. The attractions that you have around areas. Obviously, the condition is important, but one of the really important things is that there are big gaps in our accommodation. Right next door, or very close to there, we have Makapan's Valley, which is part of a World Heritage Site, and it has no facilities at it, which need to be developed. We have here in Limpopo a lodge that we manage called Mahakwi. There's a property in Gauteng called Komcheki Cheki. Komcheki Cheki's got the most beautiful conference facilities and event facilities and no accommodation. And we've got lovely accommodation and inadequate event facilities in what was constructed by an EPWP project some years ago at Nahakwi. But again, I'm sure that Grace and Betsy will be able to talk a bit more about that. Activities. We've talked about the opportunities for guide training and development yesterday again. Today, we have an outdoor dominant market, so it's how do we develop that? But what are the other opportunities? And I was really pleased to hear about tanning, because a fascinating comparison, and this is why we do work in silos, and we will actually meet after this with Robin, and is that at Mahlati, when I asked Chaki, who's here in the room somewhere, what happens to the Nguni skins when they significant return? There's a saving on social grants. There are employment taxes and levies. There's a return on the spend by the employees in the local economy. Originally, no feasibility study was necessarily done. They're badly located, so there's no market for them. There's community friction. The lodges have no operating assets. There's no furniture and fittings and equipment. And even if there's basic furniture, fittings, and equipment, there are no computers, there's no software, there's no signage, there are no operating vehicles. So how are communities expected to operate these assets if they're not provided with funding? Mahlati Safari Lodge, which is on the border of Kruger Park, is just one example of a lodge built within 3 kilometers of Kruger Park, but no access to Kruger. The nearest access is at Palabora, 60 or 70 kilometers away, or at the to be completed in due course one day Shangoni Gate. So here you have an attraction that would make Mahlati successful, but it doesn't have access. Fortunately, we are now in negotiation, but it's taken 5 years to get to that point of being in negotiation with Kruger, and the negotiations are going well. But I just cite that as an example of some of the challenging things. So, food for thought from my point is that there should be a focus, for example, on resuscitating those lodges that have reasonable prospects of success and that are primarily well located. For example, one that's just been put out for concessioning is the Matumo trading post on the N1. Now, that has a reasonable prospect of success if it's rehabilitated and there's the right support for doing it. Some of them don't. The other thing is to safeguard with financial support or with business those community-owned lodges that are operating and have demonstrated that they have a future but are now in financial distress. Nahakwi Lodge is an example. Awalani is an example. And I'm sure that in the audience there are many others that you can cite. As part of a transformation program, I think it would be very good to consider looking at some of the privately owned lodges that have already got established markets, that are on tourism routes, and that maybe are failing because of COVID. Owners are getting older, they're wanting to retire. Those are places that should be looked at for communities rather than just building from scratch and not building in an appropriate place. But at the end of the day, to achieve all of this, it all boils down to access to capital. And for me, one of the most important things that needs to be done, because it's very much an ad hoc thing at the moment, is to, and there isn't a one-size-fits-all model, but at least to identify a best practice for a public-private community partnership arrangement, so that you don't have this constant doubt and unhappiness or conflict that arises very often that you have to work through with these agreements. And I'm very happy to be part of a task group that actually comes up with such a model. So really, I think in summary, before I just talk about some of the, or mention some of the investment opportunities that exist, which is really to a large extent for next week's conference, is that we need to understand that the profit in tourism is more than just the money. There's so many examples, and I could spend the rest of the day here, which Moss will forbid me doing. But just one example is Beleni salt is now internationally renowned. It comes from a hot spring on the Klein Letaba River. But it's now in restaurants all over South Africa, and it's on the Arc of Taste website of the Slow Food Foundation in Italy. The lady, Mama Maria, went to Turin to go and market her salt. Susie's Kitchen, a lady in Palabora with who we've developed an association, who's done the catering for us at Mtumeni Lodge, and who's now our partner in a bushbraai concession in Kruger National Park. Bloberg, I know someone mentioned yesterday they came from Bochum, our Bloberg camp there. We take our guests into the village to go and have dinner in the homes of the families in the village, and to spend time in one of the taverns. And there are many other dance groups around Fundutsi and village service providers. So the African ivory root plays a critically important role as a micro-enterprise incubator through the activities and services that it offers its clients, which are then provided by village entrepreneurs. And the important thing about that is that it requires a quality of service that is more demanding than that normally experienced in the village life, which then acts as a training ground and mentorship for people in those areas. So cultural tourism is an excellent agent for development. And I want to just end with a story of Pilato Bulala. He's a sculptor who many of you, I wished I'd had a picture of him, who many of you may not have heard of. He works on the Rabola art route. He produces the most amazing statues from this size to this size out of scrap metal. He is brilliant. And a few days ago, he sent me a personal message, which I'm sure he won't mind me sharing with you, saying, and this is an artist, COVID has destroyed our tourism industry. My mum, she is sick. That's his message. So how do we do something about that? And yesterday, I think it was the chairman of LTA who said, let's make some resolutions. I have a suggestion for a resolution. Limpopo has probably one of the finest arrays of art and quality of art. And yet, I see very little of it displayed in our government offices or elsewhere. Now imagine if each of 20 local or provincial government departments budgeted a measly 120,000 Rand a year. That would convert into 2.4 million Rand a year from 20 of them. And bought art from these crafters and displayed it in their offices and in public spaces. What would be achieved? Firstly, it would be an economic contribution recognizing the talent and dignity of the artists and not a charitable issue. Secondly, it would showcase the amazing work of our Limpopo artists and crafters and provide them with a marketing opportunity. In addition, it would provide an income towards the livelihoods of around 150 family members and their extended family and the extended family members. And lastly, it would contribute to preserving our artistic heritage for future generations. So I challenge our government departments to think about how they can do something to actually make a difference in the lives of the artists. And then, just briefly, the commercial, sorry, could you go back to the, go back one more. Okay, there are various commercialization opportunities that exist in this province that I know they're keen to exploit. Fixin Hlongwane is dealing with those from a Ledet or Limpopo perspective. But we also are very happy to look for partners that can add value to the African Ivory Route, Matlati, Safari Lodge, Nahakwi Lodge, Awalani Lodge, there's Tomo Heritage Site, and there are various others. And if you can go to the next slide for me, on the Limpopo Provincial Reserve side, they're going to concession over the next few months and possibly even into next year, various concessions in various of the reserves that provide for activities, management agreements. If you go to the next page, investor concessions for constructing new infrastructure, biodiversity management contracts, and community-based concessions. So there's a lot of activity in that, right, which I think is right, because we've talked about partnering, and I think that's the one way we are going to get this business out of the doldrums and into the future. But we have to remember the investors are only going to be interested in sustainable, profitable ventures. They are not going to be interested in those that aren't. So we need to separate the two, and we need to have a strategy for investment in what we believe is culturally and socially relevant, and a strategy for what is economically profitable. And with that, I say thank you, and sorry for overrunning my time, Moss, but I know you'll forgive me.
Thanks, Glenn. It's a walking tourism encyclopedia. So he forgot the power of the point or the PowerPoint presentation. He started speaking from the heart. But you are forgiven. May we request the next speaker? Already your presentation is projected. We can clap hands for Mr. Mavasa as he takes the podium.
Good afternoon. For the sake of time, allow me to say all protocols observed. There are a few faces that I could mention by name, but we will greet each other outside of this room. Allow me to start off my presentation this afternoon by saying, or repeating what Glenn said when he said, we are not the messiahs for poverty eradication in the rural areas. I'm saying this because since the beginning of this year, as Kruger National Park, we had to deal with a number of protests that were aimed at our gate. 2 weeks ago, that protest was at Bendemutale. Pafuri Gate was inaccessible. Before that, we had another one at Numbi. And before that, we had 2 at Punda Maria. They all want jobs in the Kruger National Park. And Kruger National Park can only employ so many people. So that is an indication that something needs to be done to assist communities. Sun Parks, as a conservation institution, we generate our funding through tourism. All our parks, all of them, are situated in the rural areas. And it is fair for those rural people to expect benefits coming out of the national parks. In Limpopo alone, chairperson, we've got 3. We've got Kruger National Park, of course, being the biggest and the most famous, not only in South Africa and Africa, but worldwide. But we still have Mapungubwe, which is a heritage site. We also have Marekele outside of Tabazimbi. They are all in the rural areas. You can name them. We've got 20 national parks in the country. We don't have a park in Gauteng because there's no rural area there. We had to come up with a strategy that says we need to focus more on creating livelihood activities for the communities that surrounds our national parks. We currently, around the Kruger National Park, busy with a program together with all the people, government, LIDET in particular, rural development and land affairs, municipalities, traditional leadership, and we call that project a Greater Kruger Strategic Development Plan, which is aimed at consolidating all the activities that are happening around our borders to make sure that as government department, we don't go past one another, do little things there and do other things. Glenn has spoken about the Mahlati Lodge. It's one good example. I mean, they went ahead and developed the lodge, thinking that, the draw card is Kruger National Park, but it's built against the wilderness area. Kruger, it's zoned. So if there has been discussion right from the beginning, we could have together agreed on the best, but all is not lost. What it simply means is that development, it's not a one-man show. It needs everybody. We need to all come together and agree on how best we can do. And I think we're getting there because in the last few weeks, we've been speaking to Rural Development and Land Affairs because they are the people who are driving these projects in the communities, including communities that are adjacent to the Kruger National Park, so that when they talk about a 30-year lease, we talk about 99-year lease. Those things don't talk to each other. But if we had gone together, we would have advised each other from the beginning that this is how best we can do it, because you can incorporate a land into a national park and say it's a 30-year lease, because national parks are here to stay long after all of us and beyond. So that collaboration is key. Of course, in order to try and address all these concerns that are there through tourism, we took a decision some 10 or more years ago to say we will, between Palabora and Punda Maria, we'll open a gate there. It's called Shangoni Gate. There has been a lot of activities. Everybody is interested in seeing Shangoni Gate happening, but it's not happening. We came to Limpopo to sell the idea to the provincial executive. It was approved in 2013 that it's going to be one of the flagships projects. Everybody, all the departments were brought together to do their bit. The road, RAL was there. We managed to get one road from Malamlele to Alten. We have a 6-kilometer road coming from Mninginisi to Alten, and the one that should lead to the point where Shangoni Gate should happen. Those are all the things that the provincial government is to be doing in order for us to open that gate. But that gate was specifically designed in such a way that it will become an economic hub for the areas of Alten, Muyeshe, and Mninginisi. But it was it's going to benefit more people, starting from Kiani up to Mninginisi, and starting from Malamlele up to Alten. There are a number of business opportunities that have been identified. The idea is still going ahead. We had a meeting with MEC Mkoni last month to say how can we again revive this project and speed up and make sure that everybody who needs to do something to make that project happen should do their part. And we are on course, I guess, right now, because the outside Shangoni Gate, we identified a hub that it's going to have things like a cultural village, filling stations, accommodation, and many other things that should happen. Then to that end, we know for now that already the Mtititi people have already, secured funding to develop a lodge in that area. So the pressure is there for us to make sure that this project happens. It has been going on for a very long time. So, but we'll get there. That will then become, an economics catalyst for the areas. Those of you who would know the area, these are very poor areas, and such things are necessary. But we are also looking at creating Palabra Hub, which will have number of activities at Palabra Gate, which will try to stimulate, because Palabra as a town, it's more of a mining town, but over and above the mine, they are a tourism town. So if we bring in another product, then it's gonna create more economic activities, and all these economic activities are aimed at people in that area. If it end up with people outside of the area, the conditions obviously will be to make sure that people in the area benefit in a larger scale. And we're currently looking at new offerings, which include the Palabra Economic Hub. We're also looking at the Taba concession. We're looking at Palabra Lodge, 3 houses, Pafuri Rusty Camp, and all these things. We are going on a roadshow at the end of October, starting from the north, Awerani Lodge, coming to Punda Maria, coming to Palabra Gate, to Palabra, Bergendal, and Skukuza, where we will make sure that we're talking to the local people just to make sure that they know of the opportunities that are there for them to be able to get involved in tourism businesses. And they will be given preference to make sure that we have all these activities. We're doing all of these things to try and mitigate these protests that are developing. Everybody wanting a job inside the Kruger National Park, which is not possible. But of course, where else would they go? Because if you go to Matiani, there's nothing else. It's only Kruger National Park. And when they think of a job, it should be in the Kruger National. Same as when you go to Mieshema and all those other areas. There's no other job opportunities other than the Kruger National Park. So it is in that note that we have taken an active role to make sure that we drive the economic situation. I see Moses is no longer sitting on his chair fully. He's got one out of the chair. Thank you very much, Mr. Ngobeni. I think I'm merely, adding to what Len was saying. And but most important from my side is that everybody who wants to do development in the area, let's talk to each other so that we come in stronger and make sure that things happen. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. I think that concludes the insight or the insightful information. People online, do we have issues there raised, or can I go on with the panelist so that we catch up on the... All right. Maybe if Lisa is there, can we get Lisa? I think from Love Limpopo, you are doing a lot in the rural areas of this province. You do a lot of packaging. Glenn spoke of those sculptors who are in the rural areas. What is it that needs to be done to make sure that we can enhance the partnerships that we require to develop tourism? Lisa.
Thanks very much, Mr. Ngobeni, and good morning, colleagues in tourism. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Great. Thanks to the acting CEO of LTA and to the DDG for the opportunity to be part of a discussion about investment in rural and community tourism, which has been close to my heart for the last 30 years, working in tourism conservation and communities. I'm a director of a destination marketing and management organization called Love Limpopo. Love Limpopo is a celebration of the true spirit of Limpopo, reflecting the beauty of its people, landscapes, heritage, art, and culture. We find innovative ideas for the world of tourism through a variety of different methods, including destination marketing or destination management, looking at destination stewardship of a particular area, and placemaking, looking at how we can increase the brand value of Limpopo through destination marketing or collective marketing. As Glenn has pointed out, there is no way for us to work in silos. We need to work together to collectively market the destination, which is brand Limpopo. And it's absolutely essential that we look at a very dynamic campaign to achieve this through film, through photographs, and through writing. It's absolutely crucial for us to support the efforts of Limpopo Tourism Agency's staff to find a relevant, cohesive marketing focus which resonates with travelers, whether they be domestic and hyperlocal tourists or whether they be international tourists when that starts to become a reality again. The crucial thing is that marketing villages and communities in a way that speaks to South Africans, whether it's through virtual reality or through other means of evocative platforms like Love Limpopo, which support the incredible responsible tourism destinations and experiences that we have in Limpopo. Love Limpopo also is responsible for developing authentic, immersive tourism experiences within the Limpopo province. For example, in the Ribola Outreach, which has already been mentioned, the Rashile Culture to Kruger route near Shangoni Gate, and through the Gamalafela experience near the University of Limpopo. We support the development of immersive experiences, facilitate community-based tourism, and support communities within the destinations through mentorship to local nature and cultural guides, artists, craftspeople, but also through SMME development for the village entrepreneurs. And I can only echo the words of my colleagues in tourism, Glenn O'Leary and William Abasa, who are talking about creating a way to find synergies, not to work in silos. We need to create a way to connect travelers, tourism businesses and communities to the unique rhythm of Limpopo through marketing, through collaboration, to support the existing organizations who are already promoting rural and community tourism experiences throughout the province, whether it be through TASA, Satavito, Women in Tourism. All of us need to work together to really support the existing network of lodges, of community-based experiences, and the guides that promote our beautiful province. Okay. And I think just in closing, I'm very aware of time, we really need to create or support the rich platform for local travellers to explore the hidden treasures Limpopo has. And this can be achieved through a collective marketing campaign or strategy, and through the support, the collaboration of all of us together, tapping into the tourism strategies that we know full well will work for the province. I'd like to thank you very much for this opportunity, and back to the scene on the ground.
Thank you very much. I think those are the thoughts from Love Limpopo. They reiterate the whole issue of synergy, partnership, working together, because it's very important, especially what Mr. Mabasa raised in terms of integrated planning. You don't go and develop something somewhere and you think that will simply be integrated. And I think those are the issues that we are taking from Lisa and also what Mr. Mabasa said. We have got a structure that deals with transformation in tourism, especially looking at women, something that both the chairperson and the Honorable MEC who joined us, MEC, welcome. They are very passionate about it. Now and then we are reminded, what are we doing about transformation? We have got women in tourism also participating today. They were part of the development of the presentation that was done by TFPD. We just want to hear from them in 2 minutes, what are the critical issues that this conference should consider in implementing and changing the face of tourism. Ma'am Grace.
Thank you. Am I audible?
No.
Hello? Hello? Thank you, Program Director. My name is Grace Ibarra. I'm the chairperson of Limpopo Women in Tourism. And Limpopo Women in Tourism, actually South African Women in Tourism, is an initiative of the Department of Tourism. And the idea came in 2013. The implementation of the whole project started in 2016. And the main objective is to drive the programs that support women in the industry. And here we are looking at the challenges that are affecting women in the industry and how to address them. And we are prevalent in all the 9 chapters of our country. And we, as women in tourism, other objectives will be to address the barriers, as I have already indicated, and to facilitate business resources, information and opportunities. We drive transformation, and most of the product owners, most of the businesses are situated in the rural villages and also in the townships, of course. And we all know that Limpopo is more rural, as everybody was talking here. And we also believe that most of the product owners, most of the women, businesses are owned by women in the industry. And we are made to understand that 70% of entrepreneurs in the tourism are owned by women. And we believe that partnership is very much important, because without partnership, we cannot start, we cannot grow, we cannot sustain our businesses, and we cannot work on our own. We need the Department of Tourism, we need the provincial Department, Economic Development, we need our municipalities, we need private sectors. Let me also indicate that we appreciate what our provincial department is doing for us.
we are always crying because we have various challenges that we experience, challenges which are starting from compliance. We believe that women are mostly into accommodation sector, and everybody is just opening her house for guests. And we believe that we need to be assisted in terms of compliance. That's where we are supposed to start, because if we don't comply to the rules and regulation governing the sector in terms of accommodation, we are not going to go right. We are experiencing a lot of challenges, MEC, challenges which also include access to the market, access to funding, although access to funding will put it right at the back, because as I said, we believe that we need to be assisted in terms of compliance, in terms of marketing, in terms of capacity building. We need skills to run our businesses. We need coaching and mentorship. And as I say, we really, really appreciate, we are always crying out loud to say women are not assisted. And MEC, here we are today. We are in this beautiful establishment owned by women. You heard us when we were complaining. And I'm always going to refer to the MEC as the political head. We know that Lidet, you are doing well, and LTE, you are doing well to assist us, but a lot needs to be done. So all those challenges, if we work together, we are going to address them together. Yeah, and we believe that through tourism, rural development, community development will be accelerated. Let me stop here for now. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you very much. And I think you raise very critical issues. But one issue that, and I think I'll bring the Tourism Grading Council of South Africa in the House to also say something. Our wish is to see excellent services wherever you go. Because the issue of whether it's owned by a youth or a woman, when it comes to service, it's immaterial. So we would want to make sure that, at a particular level, wherever we go, the standard is the same. We must not see issues that create gaps. And I think you have raised that issue. So that is an appeal. Maybe it will form part of the training that the chairperson talks about always. Thanks. We can move on to Satavito. This is an organization that focuses on township developments. We have heard about rural development, and now we would want to give 2 minutes to Satavito to also share with us what are the challenges in the development of tourism within townships, and what is it that the conference can take into the action plan. Bestine.
Thank you, CEO. I'd like to acknowledge our Honorable MEC, LTA board members, and all protocol observed. My name is Bestina Rahwali. I'm representing Satovito, which is a South African Township and Village Tourism Association. It's an all-inclusive organization that promotes authentic, indigenous, world-class tourism services and experiences. We encourage all the tourism products in townships and villages and small dorps to join the association so that we can speak in one voice. A wise man once said there's a difference between being in position of responsibility. Elders in traditional communities do not take position to power, but they take responsibility to empower others. So, Honorable MEC, we are looking up to you to take responsibility to empower us. At Satovito, we have challenges, and we have adopted a new start. We believe that the rural tourism has never been really represented, and the situation of COVID has made the situation which COVID has done to the township and rural tourism. We saw the sector on its knees because there's no business and township and rural economy is not moving. So we need to reimagine the township and village tourism and respect its importance as international and domestic tourists are looking for authentic indigenous products when they take their short left around our provinces. As the association, we have developed few programs, namely the tourism research, supplier development, destination development, and destination marketing. Under the tourism research, we are looking at creating more than 250 youth and guides to conduct an impact study in high tourism attractions. Number two, supplier development. We will be looking at compliance for procurement. We're looking to assist SMMEs to close the compliance gaps and develop their products. We are looking at identifying especially the DMOs, tour operators, and PCOs. And we will be launching product packaging, assisting SMMEs to package their product in a good way, including hunting and safari, as it has been emphasized during these conversations. We are also encouraging provincial and regional product to collaborate. We also looking forward to helping SMMEs in funding. The association will help their members in funding applications or increasing their chance to get funding. As most people, they lack knowledge in how to compile a funding application. We're also looking at the destination development, which we will be developing routes around the province. We are looking at developing 5 new routes leading to tourist villages and townships. So we need national roads interlinking with townships and villages. And the very important thing is we're moving into a digital era, and we need to develop our villages into smart cities. Our very own townships around the province, they should all be developed into smart cities. So we need support on that. Looking at the destination marketing, we need to increase local brands and product marketing so that we know that this product is from Limpopo, and it will be known all over the world that there's a province in Limpopo and this product is manufactured or produced in Limpopo. We also want to give SMMEs opportunities to showcase their product more often. Okay, and the last thing, we are facing challenges and we've got interventions in place. The township and village tourism is not formally organized, so we need ongoing fixed coordination by government. We need the government to help us get the relevant market and strategic partnerships. We also need ongoing business management and training for our rural and township SMMEs. We also need the collaboration between SMMEs and large companies in the sector. The most important thing which will develop these SMMEs is mentorship. Mentorship is key, and it must come with motivation in a form of financial operation, in a form of financing operational costs. For example, when there's a community cooperative, it should have finance to run their day-to-day activities in order for them to succeed in their projects.
Okay.
And we can develop rural tourism through rural cooperatives. And lastly, our CEO, we all know that the rural community and township tourism has a high potential to stimulate the local economy. Right now, we're looking forward to stimulate local economy. Thank you.
Thanks very much from Satavito. And I think the CEO of LEADER is in the house and he will be facilitating in the next session. All those issues of SMME development and linkages, and I think you're raising it before relevant people and they will be able to assist. I think we need to develop that joint program, CEO, across the province so that we help, because once we have those vibrant townships, it's going to help in terms of addressing the challenges that we have of unemployment and also developing the local economies. The last person on the podium, it's TASA. They do a lot of homestays as an alternative, to those good accommodation in the cities. And they develop a number of routes. One thing with them, it's whatever they are doing is operational. We just want to hear from them, are there challenges as you do your business in the villages with regard to homestays?
Can I stand up?
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is afternoon, yes. Thank you, Mr. Nkabeni. Just a quick one. I know everyone's been sitting here listening to all the amazing things that everyone has been saying. And you have to, just excuse me. Tourism is not my job. I am tourism. So I struggle. I'm yet to learn how to put structure and my passion into good sentences. So I speak from the heart, right? What we do is we've literally started and worked with communities to establish homestays. We started in a community called Makushu, up there by the Nzalele Dam, and also Mashishimali, close to Palaborwa. So there's a different thing to a homestay and an Airbnb, right? A homestay and the experience that we create in the communities are real, authentic experience. That is literally working with unemployed youth, who's now guides, brilliant guides, by the way. It's the moms, the old mamas, the gogos, that's now hosting international guests in their house. So, Mos, you said alternative. Homestay should not be an alternative. We do have challenges. Everyone's got challenges, and things need to happen. Roads, people can go on about roads, but I promise you now, without tourists, when they want to go to Makushu, the roads is not a big deal. It's the experience that they're getting and knowing what they're actually contributing to that community by being there. So it's not going to, it's not taking money or asking for funding or anything like that to put it into structures. Because quite frankly, we are in South Africa. We need to harness existing skills. Where does real transformation and real change start? From grassroots level. Yes, the homestays enhance all our existing establishments and lodges. In fact, should there be homestays around Teveka, can you imagine the great opportunity there is for these two to work together? Homestays, I believe, is the future of tourism. That is how we include communities in the tourism value chain. And that is one of the big things that we are passionate about. So when we have to talk about challenges and all of that, there's loads of them, and life happens. COVID's a challenge. We haven't had guests since March last year. Prior to COVID, we had 22 international guests every week in Makushu. That is the real development, not building new hotels, building new lodges, and wasting money. Why don't we put that money towards real transformation and real change? And in our country, harness existing skills by including communities in the tourism value chain. For me, it's always difficult if people say rural tourism, township tourism, and all of that. What is it? Everyone's got a different, way of looking at it. What I see as rural tourism is literally that. It's rural, it's real, it's authentic. And by enabling people in communities to open their homes for international guests with the right skills and partnerships to ensure route to market and, ongoing support, how can we ever look back? That is exactly how we're going to change tourism. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. She speaks with that passion.
And fast, because he was coming.
Yeah. All right. I would want to give, before the chairperson of the board, I would want to give the lady responsible for grading. Service excellence, my sister, at the back.
Thank you. Talk about being put on the spot. Okay, I'm always ready. It's okay. My name is Ratabi Lelibete, for those that don't know me, and I work for Tourism Grading Council of South Africa, which is a division of South African tourism, and basically what we do is quality assurance. I'm stepping away from the name grading because a lot of people then associate it with a tick list, and that's not what we're all about. So basically, grading is about, I made some notes because it was last minute.
Yeah.
Compliance in the accommodation sector, because currently we only grading or quality assuring accommodation and events. When I say events, I mean your conference centers, your event centers. That's what we do. It's also about regulation. We have a huge problem in South Africa where there are properties that just pop up. As we heard some of our speakers saying, you just open up your home and then you are now in the tourism industry. But that comes with a lot of problems. If there's no compliance of regulation, we have a lot of illegal entities that are actually functioning, but they are illegal. And most of those people don't even understand the tourism industry. That's one of my biggest passions of, can we educate before you go into a sector? It also has to deal with reliability and predictability. Quality assurance from us, we use star in signature. I don't know if you've seen them. They're in the South African flag, the stars, because they're internationally recognized. Everywhere you go, if you talk about star grading or quality assurance using the star in signature, they will know what you're talking about. We're talking about quality assurance. There's more than 11 categories within there, and it's 1 to 5 stars, but we added 5-star premium because of the demand from the industry. That's the properties you'll pay up to 90,000 Rand a day. That's another story for another day. But as Kylie, passionate Kylie, me and her were talking yesterday, homes, we link up, collaboration, linking with everybody. I'm just gonna quickly just show you how we do that. With the different categories, it's not a waste of money with hotels and all, but I understand what you say there, and I know where you're coming from. There are different categories for different tastes and different people. And yes, I 100% support rural tourism and, village tourism. And how we link with that with the Tourism Grading Council is we have a criteria, by the way, that we relook at every 3 years because we need to stay relevant with the world. Why? Because we're competing with the rest of the world. BQV is called Basic Quality Verification. I don't know if you've heard Minister talk about it, but anyway, that deals and links up with rural tourism or village township tourism because our criteria is so stringent that some properties will be ungradable. But there is a need and there is a demand for rural or village tourism where people want to have authentic experiences. They don't necessarily need the showers and the baths and the great other things that you have to offer. They don't mind washing in a bowl and experiencing what it is like to actually be there in the village and live the way the people live and experience that. As we all know, it's all an experience. People always say to me, yeah, but accommodation is not the only thing. Well, it's a link, it's a collaboration, it's an experience. If I'm gonna go anywhere and where I stay is nonsense, well, I've killed everybody else within the chain. That's how I look at it. And then hunting. We have a hunting accolade, so I'm going to speak to the two of you gentlemen so you can help us with this accolade. When I hear hunting, I just want to scream and hide. But I've been educated today. I'm very grateful, and I'd like you to educate us in South African tourism with that. So I'm going to speak to you later. And Sandparks is also here. We're collaborating with Sandparks again so that we can get as many of their properties quality assured as possible. And thank goodness that's now taking up again. Really much appreciated. And that's us from, what have I left out? Nothing. From Tourism Grading Council of South Africa. Quality assurance, not grading. I plead with you. Always say quality assurance, not grading. Thank you.
Thank you. There is one thing we're taking out of your presentation, quality assurance. Thank you very much. Chairperson of the board.
Yeah, thanks, CEO. Firstly, let me appreciate the presentations that were done by all the speakers. They have added more knowledge to us. They are very inspiring. There is a lot of take-home issues that need continuous engagement, particularly from us as Limpopo tourism agents. I wanted to, I'm not going to ask a question. I'm going to make a commitment on behalf of the Limpopo Tourism Agency because we want this Lekgotla to be a different Lekgotla from what others have been talking about so that we can assess. The commitment that we want to make as Limpopo Tourism Agency within our mandate is that we need to identify in the 5 regions of the province, 5 women-owned properties, including their homestays, which we will then be able to make sure that, number one, we profile them. In profiling them, because remember, profiling means that we will have to market them. Those, which will be 25 of them, 5 each in the region, or 30 because of the 5 homestays, they must be prepared to do quality assurance. We should be able to help them through safety and health protocols, what is needed, how do certain things have to happen. We should also help showcase the different amenities that they have. Because from where I'm sitting, this is a practical help of marketing those aspects. You know, everyone who was speaking earlier here, and we were commenting with the MEC here, none of you, even if you couch them with rural and township, you never spoke about Sekhukhune. Now, we think that this part of the approach will then make sure that those establishments in Sekhukhune, particularly starting on the base of the women-owned ones, will have an opportunity to then be able to be taken through this process. And for sure, by the end of this year, in the next 2 months, we can then be able to see on our website, on our different marketing platforms, 25 women-owned, black women-owned entities that we can be able to be marketing so that whenever the tourists come to our province, they should also then be able to say, Sekhukhune, we can go and do something. There are homestays available. When we go further up in Mopani, in Vembe, those is what. So that is a practical commitment that I want us to do. And I think you as the CEO needs to drive that because that is part of what we are supposed to be doing. And I think it will be a contribution that from our side we'll be making in assisting the growth and the marketing of tourism. I thank you.
Thanks very much. And I think Chair will welcome the Deputy Chairperson. Let's clap hands for all the panelists, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Ntate Ngobeni, and thank you for all presenters. Learning is continuous. And I think before we came, some of us thought you knew where tourism ends. But the more editions we got today becomes exciting. It means Limpopo has actually taught all of us that don't confine yourself to what traditional has been tourism. There are more products that you can actually introduce, and more of us will be able to enjoy, as Ntate Dipila always wants us to say. We are going to the last session that is going to be moderated by CEO Makuba. This is important. The people who are going to be talking to are people who like money. They want money, but for them to make money, they must give us money so that they can make money. I hope we'll be able to get Ntate Makuba with your team to assist all the people that have been complaining. Finance is a constraint in making business. Finance is a constraint in making tourism to be real. But over to you to facilitate the last session. And after that, I'm going to hand over to the chairperson of the board and the Honorable MEC to close the session for the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. Good afternoon. Ndima Siari, Abshe, Towel, Huyenand. May I, with humility, Huyemedach, okay, danke, Baya danke. With humility, may I just ask everybody to just stretch up your legs a bit. This is the last session. If you can just stand and stretch your arms. You have been sitting here for almost the entire day, and otherwise, because I'm standing between here and lunch and the end. So I want you to fresh a little bit so that we can start this session. You can do this and stretch. You feel that no, you are like you are new as you start this session. And it's in the afternoon. I was checking the screen earlier just to see how many of those that are online. Last time I saw it's 27. Yesterday we were a lot, so I understand it's in the afternoon. Thank you very much. You can take back your seat. This is the session 8 that talks about the unpacking tourism infrastructure funding and investment support initiative. We have been engaging with some of our panelists. There are others that are available, unfortunately, because of time, others are not there. We have on the line from the IDC, Mr. Masheu Matiela, who is the regional manager for the IDC in the province. He is online with us. And then I can confirm also, we also have online the head of business development at SIFA, Small Enterprise Finance Agency, Mr. Don Marshall. I spoke earlier to Mr. Stephen Siaka. He had to go into other meetings. And then I also understand that here live we have got Ntate Kenneth Hlesa. Oh, he's online. Okay. So this means that I'm just alone. I'm just going solo here in front because all the colleagues are using technology. Without further ado, I don't want us to take too much long time here. Mr. Kessler has prepared the presentation. There they are. You can see them. If you can just wave to everyone. There they are. There they are, our panelists. We'll start with Mr. Kettler to do a very insightful presentation, and thereafter we will discuss. Mr. Kettler, I'm giving this to you. Thank you. I'm sure your presentation is ready.
Yes, it is ready. Right. I'm just, yes. Thank you, Program Director. as well as the, and then good afternoon to the MEC as well as the leadership of the province, and then to colleagues. My presentation is going to focus on some of these issues. We decided to just put one of this map that talk to some of the priority areas, maybe partly from the national perspective, is that our focus is usually mainly around major attractions, where we then support provincial and municipal activity. But there's a lot of work that we do in provinces, program director. One of the issues, even though this is a funding platform, I mean, I'm coming from the Department of Tourism. I'm responsible for tourism investment coordination. I work with a small team. We've been trying to understand both the project owners as well as understanding the funders. So our role is trying understanding and matchmaking. So we're a unit that is responsible for matchmaking in the department. So one of the key issues around the tourism white paper, I think some of these issues have been covered during the session, but it's just important to go back to the white paper, which was developed in 1996, which then tells us that tourism provides enormous potential to create linkages with other sectors and dynamize other sectors of the economy. This is agriculture, manufacturing, and services. Tourism generates demand and production in other sectors of the economy. So this is a very critical sector. So the question we could even be asking ourselves under the COVID conditions, induced conditions, is that can the economy actually grow without the tourism sector? Some of the challenges that we might be facing, because when tourism is affected, it affects the whole value chain. But it's also something that might not necessarily have been covered, but that remains critical. I mean, this is a question that when we engage with a number of stakeholders, they'll ask you, what is this thing called the tourism? Well, then we had to take them back and say, UNWTO, the World Tourism Organization says it's an individual who visits a place outside their usual environment and spends at least one night in less than 365 days and not deriving an income from that particular place. So a footballer that comes from, let's say Zambia, that plays for Baroka FC in Polokwane is actually not a tourist in Polokwane now. He's a tourist when he visits Zambia, But the critical aspect of this tourism thing, this phenomenon that we're chasing, is a tourism expenditure. Is that we want people to come and buy this thing that we call experience. I think that the speakers have spoken about this experience. Someone will say tourism does not have a product. It does have a product, a single product or service, which is called an experience. So there's something we're producing. So we're in a business of producing experience, basically. That's what we do as a sector. So that's what we are selling to the world. That's what we are selling domestically as well, to the domestic market. As we just said, that tourism creates jobs in tourism. I mean, this has been said in related businesses in the primary sector, which is agriculture, in the secondary sector, which is manufacturing. When you go to most hotel establishments, what you find? It's furniture. You find it's linen, and a number of other things, as well as services. There was a talk yesterday about broadband. That's what tourism, stimulates demand for broadband as well, as you bring tourists that are using the particular broadband. So there's this thing called multipliers that come from tourism, because this will lead us to the issues around funding. That if you don't tease out these multiplier effects, that how many times the money that is spent by tourists circulates through a country's economy. In this instance, we'll talk about the provincial economy or talk about the municipal economy. How many times that this money moves around? How do you capture this value that the money, as soon as tourists spend it, does not leave these areas? I mean, have you created enough experiences there so that people are able to spend money when they are visiting establishments? I mean, I've seen when there are big conferences, you find that shops still close normal times at 5 or 4. You don't then cater for this market, that people spend more and spend longer. For instance, the hotels play a critical role in tourism. That money spent in a hotel will create jobs, as I said earlier, in a hotel itself. I mean, a hotel has to buy certain things, as we said. Local farmers benefit. Hotel itself buys uniforms, towels, sheets, tablecloths, and a number of other things. But there's something called leakage. That's where business opportunities come in. Once the people in a particular locality, for instance, this time around we're talking about Limpopo, once people understand these issues around leakage, is that they then position their businesses accordingly to plug the leakage. because opportunities are where the leakage is. If there's no accommodation that caters for certain experiences or for certain, segment of the market, that's a leakage, because it means those people will come to an event, come and watch football in Pulukwane Stadium or in Toyando when there's a team playing there, the football team, but they then go back home because there's no accommodation that caters for their needs. Their needs could be homestays, for instance. It could be a 5-star establishment. It's different needs. You'll find that people will go and will then go to a major city. It happened during the World Cup where most football teams did not want to stay in smaller cities. They wanted to go and stay in Johannesburg because maybe those cities did not cater for their own experiences. The next one, the hotel, the role that hotels play. I mean, that's what has been said by other speakers, but this presentation will be shared. This illustration is very important, just to show the role that hotels play in a local destination. As we said, the issue of leakage, I'm just going to skip on this one. The issue of leakage is important. Leakage means opportunities for business. One of the things that have been said by what usually happens in the projects that we look at, what we now believe that one of the reasons the funders don't fund these projects, having assessed them as a team within the Department of Tourism, is that project owners don't emphasize the project multipliers in business plans. They don't quantify it. I mean, I was listening to some of the stats being spoken about, whether by, say, Airlink, for instance, or other role players in the economies, that these numbers are very critical in a particular project, when you do a project. Why quantify them? Sign take agreements, for instance. You say, I've got this hotel will be getting, I've signed a contract with this particular tour operator, for instance. They've guaranteed me numbers for the next 5 years. You go to a bank with those numbers, the bank is likely to find you, because now there's certainty that you have forward bookings, for instance. I mean, COVID has turned this thing on its head, but the sense that we are getting is that people are going to travel again. When there's an opening, I mean, I do visit RTPS Sport in Northwest, for instance. The high profitability there, I think it benefits from its close proximity to Johannesburg. Villa could also benefit from that. Project funders as well, they talk to us, they say, hey, I've invested my own money, I resigned from my job, but they've not, the funding agencies, whether we're talking about CFA here, we talk about IDC here, we talk about TBSA, they say they did not consider that particular aspect. We then ask, did you include that in a business plan? Did you quantify it? Because it then tells the funder that you are serious about this particular business. I'll go back to the 5 A's, which remains critical. I'm glad that within the private sector, we're now just starting to speak the same language, both ourselves as government, the private sector. Is that issues of attraction, it's all about this. That's where it starts. Tourism is a system. It's not a single entity. It's a system. One element of the system, you get it wrong, the whole destination can collapse. It's about attractions first. What is there to see or do when you go to a particular destination, when you visit? It's about what attracts you to that particular destination. But what a tourist would ask as a second question is that, how do I get there if I want to see this particular attraction? If I want to go to Kruger National Park, if I want to go to Marakele, if I want to go to with the national parks, Mapungu, how do I get there? That's the next question that they'll ask. The next one is that I could visit, but maybe I'll have to book accommodation in Joburg and do an in and out, because in Mapungu there's no accommodation, or go and sleep in Pulukwane because there's no accommodation that caters for my need. So accommodation where to stay, does it cater for the needs of the market that you are targeting? Issues of amenities, for instance. One of the issues, other issues have been raised, like broadband, signage have been raised, but one of the issues that is critical is it's a hospital. Someone might say, if you go to Limpopo and go to Kruger National Park there, you get bitten by a snake, you're not going to get a medical doctor who's going to attend to you. So it's not safe. Go to another destination, because if you get injured, we communicated that, are they aware? What, as a tourist, if I visit that particular destination, where am I going to get attention if I have a challenge? If I want to visit a particular destination, for instance, will I be able to continue to work while visiting a particular destination, be able to satisfy the needs of my partner or of my children, for instance, in that particular trip? Service station, will I get, fuel and diesel? When you go to Kruger, exciting thing, you go inside, they've catered for those things. You find the service station. You don't have to leave Kruger, because to drive inside Kruger, there are challenges. But I wanted to go to awareness quickly. The awareness issue remains very critical. For me, there's one destination marketing that is done by our colleagues from SA Tourism. The other important one, though, I think product owners also do their own marketing, is marketing to local people. Do local people have an appreciation of the value that tourism brings or can bring? When we go on a service delivery protest and we disrupt traffic, are we not diverting market from our own area to a different destination? Are they not going to say next time, instead of using the Palabra gate because the service delivery protest, go to Punda Maria, for instance, or go to Malilane, or go to Open Gate? These are some of the issues. One of the gates at Kruger National Park is known as such. When you meet with certain tourists within Kruger and they want to go to Fastcom, some of the first questions they ask us is that, are we aware as local population that we are making ourselves less competitive? So that issue of competitiveness is very critical. To get a buy-in, staff that works in hotels, someone told me that sometimes they'll say the best time in a hotel is when there are no guests. Because the staff is not aware of the value. They think the hotel, by being there, generate wealth. It's not the tourists that visit or the visitors to that particular hotel that spend an overnight stay. So that appreciation, that as owners of establishment, if we gotten a buy-in from our own employees, just to understand local population, when you talk to someone in service station, do they understand some of the offerings in their particular area and so forth? So these are some of the work and interventions that could be made in this regard. Another critical point relates to, the issue of airports came up, the issue of roads and challenges on roads and so forth. Economic infrastructure versus commercial infrastructure. What do we invest in? Some project owners come to us. They want to do a project that when you look at it, this is a project that should be done by government because its benefit, it's a public good. If you develop a road, for instance, the road won't just benefit you alone, but will benefit other establishments. Now you find that we are now less competitive because you've taken all your resources and put them in a product that does not generate, that does not bring commercial value, but has an impact in the whole destination. So there are certain things that should be done by either associations or government. So understanding that particular value chain and just understanding how the system works in terms of, then there's commercial infrastructure. These are projects that can generate wealth. And so you invest in the right things that you can't. There are certain things where you should be lobbying government to do more, or lobbying your local associations to do that, where you are a member. So there's roles that should be played by government and roles that should be. So this understanding between both economic infrastructure, there could be an airport that is not profitable, but creates opportunities for local products. So that airport could be supported by government, but by product owners as well. The airport itself does not, but the value that it adds to a particular destination, that the airport might be losing 500,000, but the value that it brings is about 5 million or something to that effect. So that becomes critical as well. Just for an example here, in terms of airport infrastructure, just economic infrastructure, just to illustrate this particular point. Palabra Airport, we've just said, plays that particular role. Woodspruit Airport will play that role. Bulwana Airport will play that role. Access Road, there was talk around Shangunu Gate, what value it will unlock if everything goes according to plan. There's a lot of value that it will add, and it will create opportunities for those particular communities. Additional investment, including upgrade of roads within, which is a park that is run by SANParks, within Marakele National Park, but outside as well. Because some of the things that you can do, especially between the role that could be played by municipalities, it's through the IDP process and zoning, but also working together with stakeholders in that particular region, where you say, Marakele, for instance, will operate from 3-star to 5-star. But below that, the 1-star and 2-star will leave those opportunities for neighboring communities, for instance. Municipalities can also play a critical role from the zoning perspective in this particular area of work. The proximity, for instance, of Marakele to Johannesburg is a selling point, but I don't think we've fully taken advantage of the opportunity it presents to the Waterberg districts and the broader Limpopo province. Broadband, it was discussed yesterday. Yesterday, it was also exciting. High-speed internet access can be a selling point for a destination in this context. There are now, the incentives, when it comes to the MICE market that deals with issues around incentives, you can now host a group that will come here and spend even 2 months. There are people from countries like the Nordic region, where there's no way, the likes of Finland, and countries like the Middle East. Middle East, it's difficult to stay in a country like UAE in June and July. So Middle Eastern travelers, they spend 2 months in the destination when they visit. When it's too hot in the Middle East. When you go to countries like Nordics, when it's too cold, like December, for instance, they'll want to come and stay. Do you have infrastructure to accommodate them so that they can stay longer? because of the experiences that you present and so forth. For both domestic, so the broadband, it works for that. I mean, towns like Hoedspruit, for instance, they are already now positioning themselves or can position themselves to play that particular role, where someone can go and stay there for 2 months and still be able to work, but broadband remains a selling point there. So the relationship within the Vumatels, within the MTLs, with the telecoms of this world, it remains critical here. They need to know our plans. What do we see in the market in that regard? Issues of awareness, we spoke about it. Some of the opportunities we see around these World Heritage sites, as spoken before in national parks, is gap in the 3-star. You find that there are lodges, but there are certain countries I spoke about. It depends on the market you want to approach. If you talk about Middle East, you find a family of 80. So a lodge that accommodates 30 people don't accommodate them. So there's a gap in the market in certain areas around Kruger National Park and certain parks where the 3-star hotel will make a huge difference in terms of bringing this particular market. International hotel chains are looking for credible local partners as well. This is what we find. Economic infrastructure in some rural areas with major attractions and high tourism potential, municipal infrastructure. That point was stressed yesterday. It's a critical point. How do you unlock the municipal airports? How do you ensure that some of these things are planned for in the integrated development plans? I think that's a responsibility of everyone to participate in the integrated development plans of the municipalities. Because then we'll be influencing the spending patterns in this regard. We don't do what happened, what was raised by some parts where we negotiate after the fact. We negotiate in advance. That's what makes projects bankable and fundable in this regard. These are some of the things. Issues of risks were discussed. Hotels, once you build a hotel, it's a long-term commitment. You can't uproot it and take it to another destination. Once you've committed to a particular destination, so there are so many things that you take into consideration. There's high fixed cost, easily slide, the issue of losses there, high capital investment, capital intensive and so forth, long payback time period. These are issues. If we understand the impact that I presented earlier of hotels, is that municipalities can build the issues around hotels into their own plans to ensure that, because the hotel captures value. It gets people to stay longer in the destination. So that's why accommodation plays a critical role in this regard. But people, when they visit, they rarely visit because hotels are not an attraction. They come because they are visiting, because there are certain activities they want to partake in this regard. Issues that have been raised by private sector when we engage them, things like lack of funding for market research, or municipalities demanding traffic studies from the investor. Instead of, you do need to have a situation where municipalities do their own studies and not rely on studies of investors, because it creates its own problems when you don't have your own studies. Because investors, sometimes they won't give you the right information. They want to come in, they want to, they want to invest in a hotel, but they're actually saturating. The market is not strong enough at that point for an additional product. The issues of zoning that we spoke about earlier. South African banks, we know that they are aware of tourism and hotel investments. But if we speak about issues of multipliers, banks start understanding that actually, if they invest in this hotel, it gives them access to opportunities in agriculture and other areas. Because banks, I think it's in their interest to have a growing economy, because there's more clients for them as banks. So that's why it's important to just demonstrate some of the things that we spoke about, that multipliers. In hotels, sometimes they say state owner that makes the money. So the person who started might not be the one who makes the money. The other thing that lacks in hotel, you do need a patient capital. Development finance institutions provide that, but sometimes it's equity partners. Equity partners, that's why we work closely with product owners, especially with what we promote, which is high impact projects with multiplier effects, that then creates opportunities for small operators in this regard. So the issue of trophy investors, we should start attracting some of the trophy investors. I'm told that in Limpopo, for instance, there's a basketball player who plays in the US. I'm not sure, he might have retired now, but I was told some time ago, these are types of investors that we could be bringing in. They're making a lot of money in dollars. To come and invest in a hotel, but is not chasing profits at that point. Is able to, will be patient. So looking for those patient investors and creating a conducive environment is critical in that regard. There's issues around subdivision of agricultural land, because we've not demonstrated to agriculture how tourism actually can assist in creating markets for tourism, for agricultural products. Economic impact studies for hotel development in municipalities. These are some of the things that you find lacking in most IDPs of municipalities. Because when there's no planning, some investors are not going to come to an area when they've not been told. You need to be able to tell them how many licenses you'll be issuing for 5-star hotels, for 4-star hotels and maybe for 3-star hotels, so that they understand the competitive landscape. But also some of the things that hoteliers have told us is that in terms of the issues that we've not factored in some of our plans is that we want to bring in a new product. I think Glenn did speak to this. We want to bring in a new product into a destination, but you can't demonstrate what demand you are responding to. Basically, you might saturate the existing thing. Some operators have told us that you want to bring in new greenfield products when you cannot satisfy this demand. They say you have two options as government. It's either you reduce supply, which will be difficult, or intensify your marketing efforts in this regard. Funding for marketing and for market analysis for hotels is something, some of the interventions. There's a role that CEDA, the Small Enterprise Development Agency, from non-financial support perspective can play here in this particular regard. But I don't think we've taken full advantage of that. These are some of the funding partnerships and blended finance, but I just want to demonstrate, I mean, I'm program director, I'm almost done here. In terms of the funding and partnerships and blended finance, there was just to use one case study, there was we had been told that SAA, when the flights, when it's high season between Sao Paulo and Brazil and Johannesburg, instead of increasing capacity, they increased prices, which makes sense because we said to SAA, we need to be profitable. But what they were doing by doing that is that they divert the market. The people who would have visited South Africa might go to other markets and they might never come back to South Africa. So what we do, that's a role of that, create competition. You create competition, you engaged with the LATAM Alliance, working with AXA, as well as we then brought SA Tourism on board. One of the things that was a selling point for that was just to demonstrate to LATAM Alliance that SA Tourism is already spending a significant amount of money to market South Africa and Brazil. And they then realized that they don't have to spend money in marketing because it's already being done by government. So that became an incentive. So it was existing money. We did not have to look for new budget. We just demonstrated how much money SA Tourism was investing. So there's a lot of work that is being done by government, but we've not quantified it to be able to appeal to investors in our local market in this regard. So I've demonstrated some of the funds here and how then we can work together. I mean, it's one of our roles, it's building a case for tourism projects, but also assisting projects, but also building a case to the funding organization, development finance institution, to get them to understand tourism projects differently. So our role is just that particular motivation. Talking about blended, as I said, that there's certain things that we do, it's always important to quantify. I mean, one of the points is that some of the operators, even when it comes to, they don't want to pay the tourism levy, some of them, because when you pay a levy, your books are likely to be audited. You underreport in terms of, for tax purposes, you don't give the tax SARS your information about your operations because you're afraid that it will attract tax. But now when you're hit by COVID like this, you now want IDC or CIFA to be giving you, to fund your business, to support your business, to sustain it during this period. Now you want to say to us operating at 80%. IDC or CIFA, how they go, or NEF, they go and assess your record from SARS. Your records say you're operating at 30%. So the importance of keeping accurate records. Sometimes you could have gotten tax rebates in any event. So these are some of the things that we should be looking at. The issue of statistics and numbers are just critical in this particular business. The quantification, these are some of the other important thing just with Limpopo, the province in this point is that the province shares borders with three countries. It's Mozambique, Zimbabwe, and Botswana. There are certain funds that are forecast, like this cross-border, the EU cross-border fund, for instance, that funds cross-border projects. There's funds that fund from the Department of Trade and Industry, for instance, that could fund your partner in Mozambique or fund a partner in Zimbabwe in a project that is cross-border in nature. So we could mobilize domestic funds to have cross-border experiences in this regard. So there are opportunities there. There are a number of funds that we could look at in this regard. In conclusion, program directors, that the department then manages the unit that one is responsible for. We manage a pipeline of nationally prioritized tourism investment projects. When we started this process, we were told, this function within the department, that the challenge we are facing is funding. But we since discovered that the major challenge is actually project preparation, is having the right projects. So what we've been doing, we've been spending more time as a team doing project preparation rather than investment promotion and facilitation. To get bankable projects, solid projects, it's a difficult thing. Everyone says the same thing. I mean, colleagues from DBSA can tell you the same story, that out of 20 projects they get, it's only one that has potential for bankability. Private equity funders, they say out of 1,000 projects they get, it's 5 projects that are commercially viable. Because a project is not supposed to call it a project, because it should take certain things from the profitability perspective. Some of the projects, they have fundamental problems, disputes, issues of land ownership. Security of tenure is critical in tourism. As we spoke about earlier, I think it was raised in earlier presentation. It's a very critical aspect, land ownership. Access to a market, it's some of the interesting issues. Projects with one or more core attractions within the area. We've identified the number of core attractions within the area. Not all destinations are equal. That is something we need to accept. Like in mining, there's platinum belt. You might have mine, but we might have platinum in other regions that are not part of the platinum belt, but it's not enough to justify government sinking in money to support. You can't sink in 5 billion to get 5 billion. You sink in 5 billion because you get. So there are areas that are tourism rich, there are areas that are mineral rich. So how do you strike a balance between the two? Community buy-in is critical. This thing has been coming in, issues of awareness, community even understanding the importance of this particular project, but also the profitability of tourism. We should not overpromise when it comes to tourism projects, because that's what sometimes creates problems. We also then have been responding as a department, working with provinces in terms of distressed properties. How do we support them? There's an anchoring approach from the investment. We've got colleagues dealing with enterprise development in the department, but the most critical one as well is from the anchoring perspective. What are these products if they were to collapse, the whole destination is likely to collapse? We need to sustain those products because they are the draw card and create opportunities for SMEs. What's the point of saving SMEs and the anchor projects collapses? So the approach that we follow from the investment units within the Department of Tourism is on the high impact projects with multiplier effects though, because these are some of the negotiations that as a municipality, if you give tax and waivers, how is this particular big product going to benefit the small one? These are negotiations that we should embark on as municipalities. I mean, the IPP as an instrument, I don't think we've fully taken advantage of. Provinces have been losing some of the money because you find that the projects that they prioritized are not prioritized in the IPP. They are not catered for in the IPP, so then they don't attract the Municipal Infrastructure Fund. I think I'll end it there, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Ketla. Let's acknowledge his presentation. What we're going to do shortly now is just to allow the other two speakers just to give us 3 minutes introduction in terms of what is it that their institutions as a development finance institution are doing to support tourism. And then thereafter we can then go into some specific questions. May I start with the IDC, Ndate Masheu, Matiela?
Thank you very much, Program Director Ntakane Makuba. It's a pleasure for me to be here and indeed to acknowledge the provincial principals that are in attendance here. With all protocol observed, ours as IDC is that we are a development funding institution whose role it is to create or promote economic development in the country. So over the years, we've realized that the action is in these provinces, and hence we set ourselves up in regional offices in the provinces. So we have a national presence through the regional offices, and of course, I heard mention of partnerships, and that's the way to go. Hunting as a pack, reaching far in the process. We have relationship with the CEDA, CIFA, which is our subsidiary until now, and many other stakeholders in the economy. So as an institution, we've realized that one of the sectors which is really has the potential to create jobs, to create entrepreneurs, and of course to contribute meaningfully to the economy of the country, as the previous speakers really eloquently alluded to the benefits that are hidden in this gem, tourism, especially in Limpopo, that we can achieve so much if we put our resources together and our efforts together. and work together. I'm just going to say that what we fund at the moment is we do all these products, the hotels, the lodges and guest houses, the game lodges. We also do mobile tourism, like the Blue Train, for instance. If there's any initiatives of that nature, like there's been talk of a train from Gauteng to up here in Limpopo. In the future, those are some of the opportunities that we can look at. Tourism attractions, we look at. We also look at tourism destination management companies. We do fund that. Of course, the other stuff is obvious, that we don't do casinos, we don't do golf courses, and purchase of land, etc., and student accommodation, for example, which our sister companies would look at. Our current investment at the moment, and this has been alluded to, is that our tourism investment portfolio currently remains distressed due to the slow recovery of the sector, of course, which also has been alluded to. But we are not sitting back and saying, let's wait and see, because as anybody's guess, we don't know when this will end, but we've got to do something in the space that we have. So what we're doing currently, our strategy is to protect and rejuvenate existing assets in our portfolio to make sure that we don't lose those, because if we do, we lose the jobs that go with it, we lose the investment that go with it, we lose all the other benefits that are interlinked, as alluded to, and I'm appreciative of that indeed just that one little lodge in a place, that little tourist attraction in a place can have far-reaching impact in terms of the ripple effect of that it can ignite an economic activity in a place if well harnessed. So we will protect the existing ones, for which we have what we call the COVID-19 Distress Fund, which is priced accordingly, that the existing portfolio, if they, including those that are not our clients currently, can come and tap into this fund that looks to take the clients out of the distressed situation that they found themselves because of the COVID-19 impact. So we provide payment holidays for existing clients where we defer their capital and interest payments over time and try and help them to breathe as they try to come out of the depressed nature of brought about by the pandemic. And of course, there are innovative ways of how to attract tourists back into these facilities, local tourism, looking at other ways of how we can keep this going and the jobs in place, of course. We fund refurbishment for the assets that were viable prior to COVID. We would still play in that space. And furthermore, we support investments that create or reignite tourism demand. Any such activities, mainly in the leisure space, you'll find that there are opportunities there for people to create such that will of course get tourism back on track. And then overall, we support the long-term sustainability of the sector. And I think that's the long and short of it, to say that we are in business and we welcome applications, and we will look at each application on a case by case. But suffice to say that we really see value in tourism. And we speak to all these avenues that have been alluded to, like local tourism in particular, where we have our partnership programs, dedicated social enterprise division, whereby we focus towards soft funds that seek to assist these products in rural communities, with the understanding that they will create those jobs, but over time, develop into these sustainable commercial businesses that will change the livelihood of the people in this area. And indeed, I can speak until the sun sets, but suffice to say that we are open for business, and we really welcome applications across the tourism sector. Do come to us, and we will. Ours is a partnership. We'll look at them and see how we can help each other. Even as we speak, we are on a due diligence on one of the products up north of where I am in Limpopo, and it is really something that we're looking forward to, especially in the COVID period, that we can still do business in this sector. And innovative products is what we're looking for on the ground. We're also getting our hands dirty as to how we can turn this around. Thank you very much, Program Director.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Masheu, for that. Can I then ask Don Mashele to also give us perspective from SIFA in terms of this area of business? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Program Director, Mr. Makuba. Can I check one or two things? Am I audible before I can proceed?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, is the screen showing? I'm just sharing a quick presentation, not a long presentation.
Yeah, all is in order.
Thank you, Program Director. Let me greet the MEC and distinguished guest leadership of the province, and thanks for this wonderful opportunity. Just a quick rundown on who SIFA is. SIFA, we are an implementing agency of the Department of Small Business Development. So under the department, just to contextualize, we've got SEDA, and the previous speaker, Mr. Shera, did indicate the role of SEDA. So we've got SEDA, we've got SIFA. Our role is development finance, and SEDA's role is business development finance. Business development support services, which is anything non-financial, is done by SEDA. But as Mr. Matera said, we are a wholly owned subsidiary of the Industrial Development Corporation. So I thought to just contextualize that. So this slide actually talks about SIFA's market position. It's unfortunate that we don't have other lenders, but I think in this panel, the idea was to have DFIs and banks so that we understand exactly the role that we all play in developing economics of the country in a way. So when you look at this the slide, it's actually saying, what is it that we do as a SIFA, and how are we different from other DFIs, and again, how are we different from commercial lenders? So our role primarily is to target what we call priority target groups. We've got what we call priority target groups, and these are groups that were previously marginalized in terms of them accessing funding. So we've got that kind of a focus to say we will prioritize young people, entrepreneurs with disabilities, military veterans, etc., etc. So by way of priority, that is the focus, how we do business. The other thing of critical importance is that we're here to do what we call addressing market failures. So I think there was one of the presenters in the early sessions who was saying, when you look at how commercial banks operate, they're still risk averse, they're still looking for security, and so on and so on. So ourselves as a DFI, we are saying, how can we do cash flow based lending? So when you come to SIFA, is to prepare those SMMEs, prepare those businesses such that they can be in a position to access commercial credit. So we're not here to compete in a way, but to assist the commercial sector and build those businesses at early stage such that we're able to support them and they're able to go into the mainstream. How we do it, quickly, we've got two channels at SIFA. We've got what we call a direct lending channel. Now, under direct lending, we are targeting businesses that are looking for loans, and these are individual businesses, SMMEs, PTYs, CCs, that are looking for loans from 50,000 to 50 million. So if you're looking for that, you can approach us and we can, through our regional offices, can assist those type of businesses. And through that, we provide debt funding, unlike our holding company, the IDC, where they've got other instruments, even the NEF for that matter. With CFA, under direct lending, we only have debt funding. So we can assist businesses, and it's important also to understand that it can be a startup business, it can be a new business, a greenfield, as it were. It can be someone who want to expand a business, or someone who wants to purchase a business, and we provide asset finance, bridging loans, revolving credit, term loans. Those are the funding instruments that we do have. But we also have a program called the Township and Rural Enterprise Program. I'll talk to that program later because I think it's critical. When I was listening this morning, some of the things, because I think I was also educated really in terms of tourism, that we had a narrow mind in terms of how we look at tourism. But if we look in terms of what are the spin-offs that tourism can have, that SMMEs can benefit from, you do realize that some of the programs that we have, we can be able to assist those businesses in township and in rural areas. I'll, towards the end, talk to that in detail. Now, we also have wholesale lending. Wholesale lending, that is where we work with intermediaries. And I won't go through each instrument, but the principle here is we will fund an intermediary. That particular intermediary must on-lend those funds to SMMEs and cooperatives. How is that relevant to the discussion of the Lekgotla? It's done to say, in the tourism value chain, we could be identifying certain groups or certain value chains where we can say, in this particular value chain, we can benefit cooperatives, we can benefit SMMEs, but it must be a structured thing. And if that is the thing, the way you've got an intermediate who can look at that particular value chain, we can structure funding through our wholesale unit. This is the scheme that we have that I thought I should also elevate, where we have got a dedicated scheme to support entrepreneurs with disabilities. Here we provide a grant funding for product preparation. Mr. Fela did talk about that. That the most important thing really when it comes to funding, it's not so much about funding or the access thereof, but it's the issue of product preparation, project preparation. So Amavorangela funding scheme, we support entrepreneurs with disabilities, and we only charge 7% interest rate, flat interest rate of 7%, minimum 50,000 rand, maximum of 50 million. But of critical importance is that we are able to grant finance the issue of putting together a project or a business plan and also a post-loan mentorship. Similarly, we've got another scheme called Inyamazan Funding Scheme. The design of the mechanics of this scheme is similar to this one, Amavorangela, but here we are targeting entrepreneurs who are military veterans, where we provide also funding up to 15 million rands. The difference here is the interest rate, as you can see here. And Amavorangela is 7%. For military veterans, we charge 9%. But the issue of business development support in terms of business plan development and mentorship, we also provide that through grant funding. Now, the township and rural enterprise programs, these are the programs that were developed when COVID hit. So last year, March 2020, we were hit by COVID. A lot of the economy closed down literally. But when the economy started opening up, we then realized that as a portfolio, which is DSPDC and CFA, there will be businesses that will struggle to come back. And most of those businesses are found in township and rural areas. So we've got programs which are blended finance schemes, but I won't go in detail in the interest of time. But these are blended finance schemes where we provide funding. Some of them, they go up to a maximum of 350,000. 50,000 of that can be a grant, and CEDA provides business development support. How is this relevant to the Lekgotla today? Is that when you look at some of those programs and you look at the issue of the value chain, there are certain programs here where if there's a business that is in a township or in the rural area, it's a small and a micro business, can access some of these schemes, provided they can demonstrate that there's a link to the issue of the value chain somewhere. Let me maybe take an example of a clothing and textile. You know, there's issues of gifts, the issues of craft, and all those type of things. So I'm saying that we need also to identify those businesses, small, micro businesses in township and rural areas and opportunities. We have the blended finance scheme, township and rural. Lastly, we've got a small enterprise manufacturing support program. Again, if there is a business, because like I said this morning, what I've learned, you know, tourism is not restricted to what one must be manufacturing, but can link someone to a tourism value chain. So through this scheme, we're able to provide a blended finance up to a maximum of 15 million rand. 20% of that can be a grant, and the interest rate that we charge is simple prime interest rate. And we do provide moratorium for some of these businesses. We appreciate and understand that they might struggle to make profits when they start. So for the first few months, up to 6 months, we can give them moratorium interest or capital or both. So that is the eligibility criteria. I'm just watching this in the interest of time. We'll share the presentation. But the principle here is that there is a manufacturing scheme that enterprises that are in manufacturing can actually access that. Lastly, this I won't go line by line, but I try to put this slide in when Mr. Keller spoke about project preparation, because we need to guide the projects that come to CIFA. To say, if we're saying you must prepare your project to be funding ready, what is it that it must cover? So this funding template, the beauty about it, we developed together this template together with the IDC, the NEF, the NYDA, SEED, and CIF. And the reason behind that is it's very frustrating sometimes if someone approaches CIF and they apply for funding, and all you say, okay, amongst other things, to support your application, give me a business plan. People just go Google a template of a business plan, get maybe a consultant to put it together. It comes to you as a lender, you can only use maybe 50% of the content of that particular business plan. So to control or to mitigate against that, we then said, let's guide entrepreneurs in terms of project preparation, using again Mr. Keller's way to say, what is it that you need to give us? So when you look at that, those are the categories that we will require for us to consider an application. So the network that we have, we've got a suite of regional offices. We've got an office in Polokwane, but because Limpopo in this instance is vast, we also collocate with CEDA. And I'm glad that the program director, the CEO of LEADER, we are also in a discussion where we can explore ways of partnering with LEADER so that we can collaborate and expand our reach. And we're also talking to Satavito. There was a lady from Satavito I saw earlier in one of the sessions. So all it's saying really, in terms of collaboration, we can't be sitting in a corner and thinking we can do that alone as a lender. It's crucial that we collaborate. So those collaborations are happening, LEAD and Satavito. And once we have signed them off, we'll be able to see impact in terms of how we assist the market. Those are our contact details. And in conclusion, thank you very much for the opportunity. Program Director and colleagues.
Thank you very much, Don. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, there is money in government. These are government institutions. They are talking about money. And then we are sitting here, we're listening to quite a number of engagements that perhaps what are the impediments not to access this money? I want to ask the question maybe differently to the panelists. What do you consider as a no-go area? Why? I know, Don, when at your last slide, second last slide, you did indicate in terms of the project implementation, in terms of what is needed. But I want to understand why are the entrepreneurs who wanted to be funded get rejected from your institutions? So can you maybe start with the IDC, just indicate why applications that come in, they don't meet what you want, broadly speaking? Because in most cases, the clients do complain that no application has just been sitting there. Why is that application sitting? Maybe you can just enlighten us with that. You can start with the IDC.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Indeed, as I said earlier, ours is a partnership. You'll find that, for example, with the youth fund that we have, that is priced at prime -3, which seeks to bring the youth into the mainstream economy, where we put aside 1 billion for that purpose across the sectors that we fund. There are always issues that crop up. And I like the lady that presented earlier, I don't know if it's Grace. She pointed to the skills, you know, being in place, all the authorizations, the approvals, and the business plans, everything being in place, and then the money. But often people, you know, would gamble with us, bringing half-cooked business plans, which then delays the whole process as we go back and forth, you know, trying to justify this and that and the other, rather than do things right the first time. Because these are public resources that you are challenging and whose time you are wasting. It's like calling the police, you know, on something that is just a hoax, you know, and the ambulances and the police, they come, sirens buzzing, and only to find that there is nothing. And that is, I use that analogy to say, it's like when you submit some of these business plans. The issues range from land tenure, which has been alluded to earlier. The land ownership, especially in rural area, is the big challenge in terms of the commercial banks funding in that space. In that often you get a PTO from the chief via the Induna, and then everything is right. You can use that land as much as you want, but it's very risky from our side as funders. We want something tangible, something that we can take security on, that if Takani is not doing well on that business, we can bring on another person to operate it. So what this then translates into is that you need a long-term lease with the department, the relevant department, be it the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform, where they will take that PTO and then convert it into and formalize it into a long-term lease. And that has got more credibility. And often entrepreneurs don't understand that, because I've got a PTO, I've got access to that land, fund me. The other one is the market. The market has been also alluded to, that most of the time it's out of emotion, because Mr. Taylor has a lodge up the road. I'm also going to put up mine. But it's about the market research, the market study that is independent, preferably, that somebody else who is knowledgeable in the space, and a consultant or an independent person would have emotions aside, have gone and put it together and assessed it such that it is credible. The quality of business plan, I mentioned that, you know, often you get a 1-pager, 2-pagers, and it's really not aligned to the project at hand. So those are some of the things, Program Director, that really sit in the way of you know, funding in this space, as we take a lot of time trying to make sense of the project that is being presented to us. And of course, on the land, there's also the issue of communities, you know, and it goes across agriculture as well, mining, tourism, where land is involved, that some communities have not yet come to appreciate that if they work together, the benefits are more than the individual interest that other people might be pushing in that collective. So those are some of the challenges. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you very much. And Don, any other impediments?
No, thanks, Program Director. I think I will just build from what Mr. Matsele has just said, because as lenders, we look at more or less similar things. But I think I need to emphasize one thing, that we are a cash flow-based lender. You know, as DFIs, cash flows are very important. We don't even ask the issue of security. You know, that becomes last if you've got it. If you don't have it, it's also not a deal breaker. So being a cash flow-based lender, there are certain things that you must look at. And one of the things really when we evaluate some of the business plans, it becomes difficult to understand that as an entrepreneur, because there's this thing that says, if you're an entrepreneur, don't sell a product or a service. Sell the problem that you are solving. What problem are you solving for the community? So if you can identify your niche and say, this is the problem that I'm solving, I've identified a problem, I can commercialize a problem, and I can do something that my competition cannot do. You know, then you have a sustainable business and you build from that. And the other issue is that it then talks to the issue of the market. Because more often than not is when we say no to an application, it's not so much about the expertise or experience of an entrepreneur, because if you have that, you've got mentorship, you can somehow bridge that. There are certain business models that are franchises, somehow you can bridge the issue of expertise in a way. The main deal breaker becomes the issue of the market. To say, how do you penetrate the market? Can you give us, like I said before, we're a cash flow-based lender, and when you give us your business plan, we only have debt funding, and I think there's another limiting thing. To say, as an entrepreneur, you need to know, do you want to approach someone who provides debt like CFA, or do you want to approach an equity investor? Because an equity investor, someone who buys equity into your business, how they evaluate the business plan is not the same. With us, we look at your projected cash flows and say, our loans primarily, on average, is about what, 5 years, so to speak. Then we ask ourselves, will you be able to repay this loan? Where are you going to be generating turnover? And you have to motivate that. And the motivation that you provide, it has to be sustainable. So I think if you build your business case from that, you know, other things are easier to fix. But if you don't have a market, if you can't generate turnover, if you can't capture a market in a sustainable way, because you don't want to capture a market in such a way that when someone comes and let's talk tourism in this instance, they come and get to experience, they can, because word of mouth is very important. So if they come into your establishment, the next time they can't tell a friend, a neighbor, someone to go in there, it becomes an issue.
Yeah.
So
thank you, Don. Don, thank you. I just want to check with Mr. Kehla, just one question that I had for him, coming from the Department of Tourism. Where are we on the Tourism Equity Fund? I know there's been some litigation. Do you want to maybe just one second highlight us on that, Mr. Kehla? Are you still in?
Yes, I'm still here.
Yeah, Tourism Equity Fund.
Tourism Equity Fund. We have another instrument which is functioning at the moment. We have the Tourism Transformation Fund, which is administered by the National Empowerment Fund, which provides, it used to provide 70% of the project cost. So let's say you approve for 1 million, then they used to provide 300,000. Now it's been increased. The equity element, the grant element, is now sitting at 50%. But we also, now it can be accessed by not just NEF, the companies that have applied to NEF, but it's also companies that have applied to other DFIs. such as CIFA and the IDC. I think that's an agreement that was reached. But this is on a project-by-project basis.
Okay, thank you.
So
Thank
because
you very
of equity, because we are also trying to reduce. I mean, you had the colleagues that are talking about interest rates and so forth. So when you add a grant, we are trying to make some of these projects more bankable. Having an equity partner as well is one of those instruments that we are using to make projects bankable. And we are also assisting project owners to look for those equity partners.
Mr. Kesa, thank you very much.
From CIFA can also
Thank you very much.
at
least one way you can't hear me. Yes, the deputy chair is coming. Thank you very much. I just want to comment something as I step down, which is one of the experience one picked up particularly on the establishment, which I was happy when the lady from the quality assurance was alluding, is that for development finance institution or any other bank to also finance your institution, you need to make sure that they are quality assured. I once experienced a situation where I visited one of the establishments. It's not in this province, it's in another province. With anything in this province, I think is good. You stand in the shower, you are showering, you put your shower tap, the water is fine, but all of a sudden you touch nothing. Water changed to very cold, water changed all of a sudden to very hot without touching anything. So I think those are some of the things that we need to look at, that quality is very, very important. Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO, and thank you for all the presenters. Apology for participants here. We know you would have wanted to ask questions, but I think take it as a lesson. There are other points where we can try and make you ask those questions. We'll try to see how can we connect with yourselves if there are questions. The best way is you can send them to LTA, and then we'll try to see how can we forward them to you. Apology, I also jumped the acting HOD just to give synthesis. I know the MEC is pressed for time. So HOD, you'll have to give a brief synthesis before the chairperson of the board finalize the summary, and the MEC will close. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director, the Deputy Chairperson of LTA, Honorable MEC, Chair of the Board, and members of the board, ladies and gentlemen who are in attendance from business, from government, and all protocols observed. I am going to read the summary or the outcome of the conference. Bear with me, I read very fast. We had 7 sessions, and the summary is as follows in terms of tourism sector recovery. This is what has been agreed. Support for marketing and promotion of our natural conservation and heritage program is key if we are to drive tourism back into the province. Initiatives that are aimed at creating partnerships and collaboration among different stakeholders must be supported to help rejuvenate the sector. The sector must come up with creative ways to attract and grow the domestic market given the challenges posed by COVID-19. Supplier and enterprise development initiatives must be looked at as part of the support mechanisms to help rejuvenate the sector. The industry must come up with the plans to support vaccination initiatives, as that will help bring the international travelers to the province. The industry needs to create a winter tourism package in Limpopo. Session 2, around the strategic interventions, the enabling environment. More work will need to be done to ensure clarity and viability of the airlift strategy in the province. Look at agreements that have been signed between Limpopo and the SADC countries and explore the possibilities. Explore seasonal flights to certain destinations in and outside the country. There is a potential for an introduction of cargo operations from Polokwane that needs to be workshopped further by all stakeholders driven by the agricultural sector. There is a need to look at developing tourism packages to help stimulate demand for air travel into the province. And lastly, to look at creating a multi-layered government task team to look at the airlift strategy for the province. Section 4, which is unpacking the tourism, road and infrastructure in the province, the following resolutions: an integrated provincial road signage project to be implemented to assist with the directions for travelers, which include tourists. Tourism facilities are encouraged to visit RAL website, Limpopo Road Agency, to apply for permissions to install signages within the road reserves. District municipalities must prioritize the implementation of the integrated transport plans and ensure that they cover the tourism roads. The tourism sector must participate at all district transport forums to make sure that the tourism roads are prioritized. Section 5 on ICT infrastructure and initiatives for the province. The sector must find ways to make use of ICT to market, attract, and improve customers' experience. The province, through Limpopo Connection, is deploying the appropriate infrastructure to ensure the relevant technologies are available to enable the sector to thrive. A task team led by LIDET needs to audit what is available in the province in terms of the deployment of fiber to see how companies that are operating in the space in the province can consolidate and collaborate towards making a better future for the people of the province. By looking at what is available, look at the skills that are needed in the province, ensure a partnership for the development within the context for the betterment of the sector. In day 2, there were 3 sessions. Session 6, unpacking the value chain of wildlife and tourism sector. The following were the resolutions. A partnership with WRSA is necessary to create a data system to record the number of animals that are in private ownership and those that are in national parks. LTA will, in partnership with the sector, create a Limpopo safari route. LTA will deal with the issue of online licensing through LIDET. LTA commits to linking the wild in digital platform, including their website. LTA and associations must begin to process the data sharing with immediate effect. A task team must be set up between LTA and industry associations to look at partnerships, projects that can be done for the sector. To deal with the following: the legislative challenges, look at skills transfer, processing, the usage of skin from the game, ways to get communities to share and participate in the sector, and lastly, to explore the outdoor world opportunities on land owned by government. Section 7, rural and community tourism development initiatives. LTA has to work with the industry to lobby for financial support for the sector in order to try and save jobs. Collaborations and partnership to help develop the rural and township tourism sector are going to be key. LTA commits to identify 25 Black women-owned entities from the 5 districts of the province, which they will help grading, profiling, and marketing their businesses. And lastly, the last section, which is section 8, which is unpacking tourism infrastructure funding and investment support. Industry needs to consider looking at funding partnerships that can be blended financial models. For example, CEDA to help with non-financial support and the packaging of projects, and CFI and other agencies with financial support. I thank you, Program Director.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the members of the industry that were with us here today, in person and also on the digital platforms. We would like to make a promise to you that for sure, in our quest to try to do things better, we have indicated that things must be practical and be felt for them to make an impact. We are making a commitment here again that the report of this session, of this Lekgotla, will be made available to all industry, will be made available to all media people, and that will also include the deadlines. That we are no more going to have an open-ended aspect. For sure, you have realized that in our contribution, we're trying to make sure that achievable aspects must then have deadlines so that even at some point you can have an opportunity to make an assessment with regards to what we have agreed upon here. So therefore, the administration of LIDET and LTA present here, they are agreeing with me that after we receive the report, we must then be able to put deadlines not beyond October with most of the achievable aspects. I know we're going into tourism month, and some of the aspects, we can even use tourism month to be able to achieve with regards to the commitments that we have made here. The second other issue that I would like to do is to thank the team that had prepared this Lekgotla. It has been very beautiful. Kele, Chikani, Moss, thank you again, and the people that supported you. It's very beautiful. We hope that your task doesn't end up here. They're just closing up the issue of the deadline so that by the time we take it to industry and even to the media, it should be putting the deadline. Some of the deadlines were given as we were going on. You do not have any right to change those deadlines. I think I must say it up front. If there are issues with the commitments we raise, come back to us so that we deal with them. Because it was a public engagement, and I think we should continue to be trusted in whatever we do, particularly as government. I would also like to thank the MEC in absentia, but I'm going to call him when to do the closing address, to say that he had supported us in terms of the beginning when we as LTA began to develop an approach to say there are certain niggling issues in our space with regards to our mandate, and we needed to be given the support to engage industry so that we hope that some of those things we spoke about, in particular the infrastructure aspects, if they can get to be implemented with the different agencies of government, with the commitment that they've made, it will give us a very, very beautiful sense, because we have all agreed that all that we do should be in the best interest of our people. One last issue that I was agreeing with the MEC here that he will also speak about, I think it will also be part of the resolutions, is that, you see, and we are agreeing with the CEO of LEADER, there is money in government. All those agencies that we're speaking there are in government. But you can see they are operating in isolation, you know? And we were saying that in the province we have LEADER. Now, we would have to have a way, CEO of LEADER, that particularly in all the 5 provinces, because a lot more of the people who needed that information, some of them are not here, you know? It's the mamas and youth and women who are in the rural areas who couldn't come here, who couldn't be on the digital platform to can understand the opportunities available. Therefore, we were suggesting that in each region, if that collective of people that were presenting how they help can be pulled together, and in each region the industry is invited, that information is directly shared with them, they have an opportunity to ask questions so that they get clarified. I think we'd have done the best, you know, for our industry. So it's a decision that I thought that the MEC was going to raise it, but because of these delays on the phone, I'm raising it up front so that we need to do that. It will be then part of the takeoffs that we must do, because when we listen to some of those things here, the grants and every other thing, you know, the people that need them, the advices of how they must fill in their request, you know, all those things, if it's done directly with all the people that are in the industry, it will help us a lot. So we will then have to host it. We don't have to convene one of, let's go to where the people are, you know, in all the 5 regions, industry. And I think from LTA point, we will then be able to see when we work with you, how we can make up a contribution. But we know that in the ultimate end, everybody in the industry will be knowing and have the information of when you go and look for money, what is expected. They would have had an opportunity to ask questions, you know, and be answered, you know, live from the people who make the decisions. And also, I think you can see this Lekgotla has helped, because I think 2 of the people that were speaking who make decisions about funding were saying that it's only now that they begin to appreciate how tourism fits in the bigger scheme of things. And therefore, it then shows to you that all this other time, because we have not been sharing knowledge, you know, in an integrated fashion, other people, those who make decisions, did care a lot and understand how tourism helps. And we think out of this Lekgotla and from their own confession and beginning to say now they understand, we will then see a very positive impact in supporting the tourism industry, and it will go bigger and better. On my behalf and behalf of the Limpopo Tourism Board, we'd like to say thank you again for having given us the support. Rest assured, all the commitments made will be kept. We would want to make this Lekgotla to be very different from the others. And the partnership that we said needs to be dealt with, we will be appreciative if we are also going to get a hand from all the different agencies to say, let's hold each other's hand so that in the ultimate end, the people of Limpopo should be the ones who get the benefit of why we are in charge in terms of making sure that we create a better life for them. Now, without much ado, we can now welcome on stage, walking very slowly, the MEC of LIDET to give us his input. MEC, welcome.
Thank you, Program Director, the Deputy Chair of the Board, Chikani, the Chairperson of Limpopo Tourism Agency, ladies and gentlemen, you seek to be a politician. You just get called without knowing what you are called for. So because I don't know what I'm called for, I'll just use it to say what I want to say, because, you know, I like the Bible because it's a source of inspiration. The 12 apostles, or the disciples of Jesus Christ, they were fisherers, yeah. So their job was to go and do fishing. He used it as a way of explaining a lot of things. But in essence, it means they were dealing with the fishing people, because they had to get people to join the crusade of Jesus Christ. So I will just speak because I have to change some of the people. We will plant the seed today. If it doesn't grow, we'll plant it next year. Just like that, I think one day it will grow. But I want to say, really, thank you very much for the organizers of the tourism in Dava. If you listen to the speech of the Premier yesterday, he said Indaba in the past was not just called. It was called because there are issues that are affecting communities. Maybe there's drought, or there's pandemic, or there are other disasters. Men and women in that of community who are known to possess some knowledge will be called upon to come and give direction. And indeed, we have called you in this gathering to give us direction. You have spoken. And when I was living here, the HOD was giving us a synthesis of what we have been saying. We have summarized it. I know what he has just said. I can even predict what he said. One is that the last theme, Takane, that was your theme, isn't it? It was not a mistake that we were sharing that theme. We would want you, that question that you were asking, I think you are asking yourself, to say that there is a lot of money in this area. So yourself, we want you to convene those people and give us a report in the economic cluster to say how far are you. Bariki, I want to call things by their name. The Satavito, they complain about money, access to money. Government doesn't have problem of money, not the South African government. The problem is how do you access that money? I think we need to begin to say, how do we give these people money? You heard there's money for young people, there's money for veterans, there's money for young people, and it's your task as leader. Look, yesterday I met with the HOD and Takar. There was money that we put, Chairperson, for relief fund. There's 10 million, 10.5, which is left. I said to them, you must give it to young women and young people. On Monday, I'm told I'm going to address women in Skukuni. So that money, it must be given to those people. But at the same time, the Premier says to me and Takani and Ratumbu to say, explain to me, since I've spoken about cooperatives and what have you done? Because you are only talking about 0.5. And he said to us, he wants us to convene him. We must explain to him what are we going to do. And this should happen. I'm not sure whether it should happen before October or it should happen before September. But what I know is that he has spoken. So we have to explain. And we are saying it is high time that government must begin to put set aside. The Premier has spoken. He says 30% of the provincial budget must be given to women, young people, and vulnerable groups. So we are saying that we are going to zoom into that space and deal with these issues. On the first and second, Mr. Mabundu. No, not Mabundu. Mavas. Mr. Mavas. On the first and second of September, we are going for the investment conference. That package, it must be one of the package. You must package it in the investment program. Because we are saying that, look, we are tired of talking. 2010, we passed this, 2014, we are still talking. We will go into pension without leaving a legacy. So I want us to package those projects, whether it's Ivory route, whether it's those projects in those areas that you spoke about, and we must be able to say who is going to fund them. Because again, we have a theme which deals with tourism. So when we meet there, we don't want to speak Fanagalog. We are tired of speaking Fanagalog. We must be able to say to the people of the province, this is what we have done. These are the financial institutions that would assist in this regard. In terms of infrastructure, I think those roads that we spoke about, I've seen when Sandral and Ral were presenting and the municipalities, there were roads that are dealing with your specific needs. So that somebody must be able to say, I'm going to fund this. The issue of the roads in Shangoni Gate, it must be something of the past. The things that we spoke about, it must be. The issue of packaging, we spoke about packaging. We must package projects. And LTA, it's your responsibility. Again, you have a budget, smaller than a budget that we have. You must be able to package those products and say, in Wembe, when we are in Wembe, this is what we are going to do. When we had the deputy minister, you took us through the route. This is Baleni, this is the people who are dealing with the artists, artworks and all sorts of things. That revolver route, we must start popularizing it. The collaboration with United Nations, that women initiative with the United Nations, we should lift it. We should hear people talking about it. And we must also talk to the media, because those are the people that will also anchor our project. When we're at the briefing conference this morning, the issue of cultural tourism was raised. Me and Druza, when we were young and Chican, we were, at some point, we were talking about Masupatsila. We had cultural activities. Where we have failed as a movement and as a people of South Africa, we have put the issue of cultural activities at the back. One of the discussion documents that is going to be discussed in the next coming conference of the ANC, issue of film industry. Takan, you heard what they said. We commissioned the film commission. Up till this stage, it's still a talk show. We would want you, leader and LTA, and Magog, you are here. I was saying to Druza, why didn't you make Makoko to speak? Maybe sometime. You are also contributing to tourism because you are also dealing with gambling. And they've never been given space. And in terms of CSI, you are CSI. You have money for CSI. I know because of COVID, they have taken some money. Why don't we start putting together something which will deal with some of these issues that we want to deal with? And this thing of speaking to ourselves, when they say report, we want to report about government initiative. Like enough, this sector called tourism is not driven by government. It's driven by private sector. So we must collaborate with private sector. We must start having talks with private sector. All the festivals that we have, for instance, I saw on CNN, did you see the festival, Homecoming Festival? It's a virtual festival. I saw all the stars, Bono, everybody is going to. Ourselves, we have our own festivals. You know, when Mganalo Nene convene the Shangaan Tsonga music in Guyana or Malam, you know, or they play in Malamlel, the massive people that come from Gauteng, there are so much. And for me, if we are serious about what we are talking about, is that COVID has taught us that together with the private sector, we can do more. Because today, when you want to do the vaccination, you receive, says, no, you are going to vaccinate at the Polokwane Hospital or at the Mediclinic or at Clicks. And when you arrive there, you find a government a paper which says, this is your certificate. I think we need to take example from that initiative of private sector and government. And I think we'll be able to do more for our people. I always say, now we're going to have a lunch. Remember this. Me and you, we're going to have lunch. Lunch is guaranteed. Every hours now is paid by government. In the evening, we are still guaranteed another lunch. I think the whole day we have more than 5 plates of food, but there's somebody there who doesn't have work. Glenn read something that person says, my mother is sick. I'm affected. We are sitting with money somewhere. That money goes back to treasury. What is it that we are doing? I implore on all of us, business, individuals, people with prefix like CEO, Chief Executive Officer, mayors, MPs, to say, let's work hard to change the lives of South Africa and South African. I thank you.
Honorable MEC, esteemed guests, this was the last session. We thank you very much for having taken your time to listen, but not only listen, you also shared what we learned. And also leadership from municipality. Without you, definitely won't be able to expand the things we want to expand. I think one of the things that the chairperson of the board hasn't said is that it is our wish to work closely with municipalities more than we did in the past period. Okay. We expected to have the representative from Polokwane municipality to close, but it appears there's no person from Polokwane municipality. Is there somebody from Polokwane municipality? For Capricorn. Is there a representative? Okay. Please come and close. I was just about to do a job and I was not going to be paid for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I can see your fatigue is kicking in. That's why you wanted to do my job. You are ready to go and have your meal now, the 5th plate that the MEC referred to. Program directors and moderators, I don't want to waste any more time. Allow me to greet the MEC of LEDET, Tate Thabo Mokoni. I'm going to observe protocol from yesterday to today and not call each person by name because now it's Friday, MEC, people need to go back home. But my assignment is without doubt very brief. I'm assigned to express our most sincere word of thanks and appreciations to everyone who has been part of this all-important occasion. As we come to the logical conclusion of what has been a very successful Lekgotla, not just a talk show. We particularly wish to extend our brilliant and sincere appreciation to our program directors and moderators for making the 2 days we spent here a success in terms of time management and guidance. We also thank the Provincial LEDET and Limpopo Tourism Board for choosing our district to be a host of this important gathering. This confirms that indeed Capricorn is a home of splendor, beauty, and hospitality. We thank you for choosing us in rebuilding Limpopo's diversity of tourism and its attractions and economic development opportunities. We wish to thank our Honorable Premier Ntadisten Matabata for the tone-setting address. Indeed, tourism is a people-oriented industry which serves the people by the people themselves and based on the world and regional trend. Tourism before COVID-19 was a major role player, fastest growing industry and a driving force behind local, provincial, and national economies. And we have no doubt that it can still be a major contributor towards economic growth and create more jobs, given what was presented here from yesterday. We thank you again, Honorable Premier, for being here and for leading by example. Indeed, we are thanking him in absentia. We also thank MEC Thabo Mokoni for his commitment to seeing Limpopo prosper on the tourism front. He's leading by example. Indeed, tourism is a rapid job creator, a foreign exchange earner, and through its multiply effects in other sectors, it is a boost for cultural industries. As we conclude this business today, we are confident that we leave here with a shared understanding that the plight of millions of jobless South Africans rests on this Lekgotla to strengthen this important sector and give them their lost jobs and create new ones, particularly for young people, and ultimately defeat the ends of poverty. And we dare not fail them. A big thank you also to our speakers and panel members for your insight and submissions. Armed with all the knowledge you shared with us on tourism, road infrastructure, access to funding, investment, promotions, marketing, and so on, we leave this Lekgotla with a clear understanding of what is required in order to reignite the enduring entrepreneurial spirit among our people so they can overcome the economic effects of this pandemic. Ours as Capricorn District municipalities to continue to work with Limpopo Tourism Board through our district tourism strategy to foster a new economy by supporting and incubating small to medium tourism establishment and help them recover from the economic devastation of COVID-19 by sowing a new growth path for development. Our province is poised now more than ever before to position itself as a world player in the travel and tourism industry. Program Director, it is up to us as Limpopians to love our environment enough, to know what is behind us, not for somebody to come from another country to knock on your door and make you realize that you've got something very beautiful just behind your house. Love your environment, know your environment, enjoy your environment, so that when the tourist comes to your province, you know where to take them. Enjoy your Shibelane, Enjoy your marula trees. Enjoy the fruits of your own province for others to come and enjoy it. With these few words from Capricorn District, we would like to thank you, but remind you to always put on your mask, sanitize, keep the distance, because COVID is real and it's alive. Thank you very much. Have a blessed day.
Lunch served around the corner, just here. Thanks very much. Have a safe travel back home. Yes.